Yep, the title says it all. I cannot connect to Battle.net because I have an authenticator on an old phone which cannot update to the newest OS, and the app just updated and does not support the previous OS. So now I'm fucked. Try to move the authenticator to the other phone, not working. Contacted the GM, and now we're sorting this out. So, yeah, that's it. What's gonna happen is I'm gonna play Fallout 76. I'm gonna have fun, and once it's fixed, I'm gonna move to the other game. That's just how it goes. Yeah. Right now, it's the mole miner pale stuff. What time is it? Oh, distinguished guest. But what a shitty event. So it's the mole miner thingy. Uh, Not the mole miner, a treasure hunter. Thank you, Bethesda, for making such a memorable event. Um, I'm telling you right now, it's boring and repetitive event. Could be better, a lot better. Bethesda, if you need ideas for your game, you just contact me. I'll give them to you for free. The only thing that I want is a free Fallout First membership. That's all I am asking for. I think it's a cheap price to pay to make your game awesome. Yeah. I'm not gonna say any of these ideas on stream because I know it works, even if there is not many people watching right now. Doesn't matter. Never say your whole plan. Oh, wait, whoa, whoa. Campfire tail again. Those? Right. Not my best event. Fair, I hate this event. I would really love Blizzard to speed up the process. Spin the wheel. Not the best event either, but it's not that bad. Get ready! Go, go!
Get them out of the area before the timer runs out!
I'm gonna push them. Plasma core, Gatling plasma. Yep. Nice.
Aw, all these little cabbies are so cute. Except that one.
Imposter! Fight quick!
I don't know what to do. Hello. Oh, okay. So,
Red!
In accordance with the carnival safety regulations, please do not get hurt.
Golly, you guys did
golly gosh.
Come back and spin the wheel again soon.
Well, hello there. Are you having fun?
Are you having fun? Plasma core. Where do I have some? I do, huh? 6. Do you have ultrasite plasma cores? Bit of ultrasite fusion cores?
Make sure to give the food stall a visit. We've got all sorts of fine treats around there.
Fortunately, this one is not working anymore.
Gee, Captain, I'm having so much fun. Sure wish this carnival could last forever.
Don't worry, Bottles. Nuka World on tour may come and go, but Nuka World will last forever.
What makes Nuka-Cola so delicious?
Unique combination of 17 fruit essences, balanced to enhance the classic cola flavor.
Let's see if I cannot upgrade this. 182 or 30, you know? Pop, 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 pop. Let's test it out. Let's see. I'll go with this. Get good, scrub. Get good, scrubs. I don't know why they were just standing there. Get good, scrubs. No, 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 no. I don't like the radio because it gives you copyright strikes. The copyright strikes because of dumb music in game. Having bare arms. Nothing here. I've been there. So no more. No more treasure hunters. I did change server a few times, so probably some are gonna be back. Very Calangasta. You guys don't see it. They're cuddling. There's no fucking goblin here. Bobby. Where are you, Bobby? Bobby. The worst event of them all. So far, no goblins. Sometimes in Camden Park. Also sometimes. Well, pretty much everywhere you can get goblins, but can't seem to find any right now. Guys, 400 plants to sell. I bet about 400. Well, 100% of them, I'm pretty sure, suck ass. Edition. I like the fact that you want us to go through all of your camp like an idiot. Like the worst.
Is not authorized to make exchanges. Please contact your closest local
Here.
customer service help workshop for further
Here.
inquiries.
Here.
Hello, fellow Appalachian.
Nope. Where the fuck is your vent open? Oh. Wow. The worst. Got the... Oh. These are all new plans.
Good God, you okay? I mean, when they say break a leg, they don't mean that literally, you know?
Rest I know you can get them from called Graham. Damn, good job, man, with the plans. Good job. I thought you had only shit to sell. Turns out you had good things. Kudos. Good for you. Let's see what the pink plushie is. Pink plushie. Let's see the pink plushie. Here we go. Oh, go. That's somewhere else. Oh. Interesting. Girl left the team. Bye-bye, lady. 400. Okay, yeah, no, we got it. That's okay. I really don't need anything from the expedition. Let me see how many stamps do I have. White Spring. Huge, though. Yes. Because I'm pretty sure I can buy just about anything.
I wish they'd tell us what all of those construction workers are up to. Look at what a mess they're making.
Look at what the mess they're making. Giuseppe.
Support the responders.
Giuseppe.
Build a refuge and give comfort
If you
to your
hang around
fellow
those
person.
raiders,
You
I want
might
nothing
not
to do
need it,
with
but I guarantee somebody else
Oh,
does.
you think
If
I'm
you
a
got
good
some
I
citizen?
have 78
You
stamps.
should have
Why
met my
not
mom.
help us help others?
That woman?
You're
I
a
oh,
Christian.
not many
Just off your
things
back.
that I still need to buy. Trench runner coat.
Donations? Drop off
Yeah,
your
let's
donations
go
over
with the
here.
trench runner coat. I mean,
Well, hello. Do you like Nuka-Cola?
Help
Don't
support
be
the
silly.
responders.
are there any
Build a
workbenches
refuge and
in
give comfort
here?
to your fellow
I think
person.
so. I know there is downstairs in the mall. Rec room.
If you're caught out and about with no place to go, the responders have an outpost in Flatwoods.
The mess. Management.
Need a hand? Getting a little bored sitting around here all day.
Orlando.
I should check in with Giuseppe Stock. Perhaps he's come across something interesting.
Dude, Orlando, you're. I don't want to be weird with you. You can be Orlando. Yeah, I work here. I do work here.
If you got some spare supplies burning a hole in your pocket,
Folks
why
don't
not
join
help
the
us
responders
help
with
others?
caps.
There's a boat.
They join to make a difference. There's a lot of supplies here that look ripe for the picking.
So there is no workbench. So I want to see whether it was the trench runner coat, right? Something like that. Trench runner coat. Yeah, I think that's it. Let's go see. Let's go. Looks like. Trench runner coat. Rocker uniform. I really like that. Good. Not that much this one. But could equip it on somebody though. Ow. That one is not that bad looking.
Hey, you wanna make it showbiz? You gotta be funny. Ah, but hey, looks on everything.
Rocker uniform. A Vault Survivor. So the trench runner coat. Yeah, that's not bad. Wow. This is still the best. The best. Remove me from the team? Really? You cheap. Cheap fuck. Oh, I'm kidding.
Someone close to me died recently. It really makes you think. If the bullet had been another foot to the right, that would have been me.
Yeah. I mean, come on. Character. It doesn't matter. Because it's covered.
What I wouldn't give for a potato pie.
Let's go find some more. Where do we find some more? That's the question. So annoying. You could just here actually. Sneaky motherfucker. Sneaky motherfucker. It's my name. Dude, you will not like that one. Ouais, panique parce que si je me reviens de bord, je t'éclate. Track him down. Two of them. Oh! So I found this place. That's okay. See Camden Park. Next event is in a few minutes, but other bad event. Oh. I didn't see how many people were already there. I didn't see it. Buddy launching nukes. Somebody launched a nuke. Let's see. Holotapes. Missile silo state. Oh. So it's been some time.
Oh, hello there. Are you here to make some moonshine? Oh, good. My imagine. That's what.
Because there is a lot of poison on this one, you need
Well, I think we're ready to get
this armor is really strong.
Light the fire, moonshiners, and try not to shoot each other. Don't forget to fill the tub with that sizable salamander venom. They all look so slimy and useless for anything other than food. If you haven't noticed, the stills are being attacked. Well done! You found the tub. I can't say that for many of the moonshiners who've come through here. Keep filling it with venom now. Your mother was in trouble. fine work.
Hell, I don't know what the others are doing. I'm telling you, man, I'm having a lot of experience. I got like 2 levels.
Destroying stills are not good for making moonshine. Need I say more? Haha, jolly good girl. We must just enough venom to make a batch, and there's still plenty of room in the tub. Let's see how much more we can collect.
Telling you, I got a lot of experience points. But he's gonna be happy. Okay. This guy, I'm just, he's level 300. Yeah. Lumina. See. Oh. Let's see. Anything good? Only bad. Okay, the giant dinosaur. I like it. But 6. Okay. Okay. The fuck is your vendor? Very neat. Very well placed. Should notice. Another event that could give me a good amount of experience. more intelligence. Even more intelligence. Bam.
Is anyone out there? This recording is a call for help. Our settler camp was attacked by mutants last night. Please help. My name is Kenneth Dean. We're south of Huntersville. I think I'm the last one alive. Probably won't be much longer. The mutants have left. Now, hurry. Destroy the meat bag. Okay. Drive away and come back. The crater. Take care of the radiation area. Keep it running. We'll never finish building here if it breaks.
Little bit of lag. Sure. Somehow my damage is very low. Turns out it's fucking bad. Good because it's cheap on ammo, but funny thing, maybe this. Oh, good damage. Oh, this is like amazing.
There were 3 of those mutated plants.
Using the health gap. loot down here. Really. What? Sure.
I hope those tools do the trick.
Nation is growing every day. They can't go as fast as word needs.
Shit. Didn't understand a word. I couldn't understand a single word. Back to my place. I can craft those pale. Almost. But
You
what I'll do,
looking at me? How about you stop looking and start buying?
what I'll do is I'll go back to my place. See my pockets. Craft the ornate stuff. Wait for Blizzard to answer. Craft the thing. Where do you craft the ornate things? Ah, chest. Nothing good. Like, ew. Pole. Crossbow bolt. Thanks. Thank you for the crossbow bolt. Bada beam, bada boom. Today is Burning Man Day. I really don't like that skin. Well, it's that I don't like it. It's really that I really don't like it. Go back. Classic. New. Yes. I mean, it's classic. Yeah, but it's a classic, good classic.
I was never a big fan of mutations, but after walking through that radiation zone, oh, I gotta admit, they growing on me.
The event. Well, that's a bad event. See if we can get better. Then we're gonna go get some blight because we need blight. Spin the wheel. Said not my favorite. We get some blight. We'll be close.
And
the
I'm
button will spin
bottom.
the wheel.
Oops. I forgot the rules. Can you explain them?
They sure do,
Oh,
Bob.
yeah. And the different colors mean different things. Oh,
Stay
no.
away from red.
Uh,
Good luck, friend.
you serious? Oh, yeah, because I'm not in a fucking team. Yeah, that's. Yeah. Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. That is so annoying. I have the right build. Thinking if I changed my build somehow. I didn't. I didn't. Whoa. One violent night. Crashed everything. No, that's fine.
This is Dane Rogers with an automated alert. An unknown dangerous creature has been sighted in the vicinity of the Sons of Dane compound. This thing's been attacking the Buck's Den beer house every night while we party. We call it the Night Stalker. It's killed some of our best guys. All he says the loud music is what's pissing it off. So we can make a ruckus to brought here and set up an ambush. Any good hunters out there want to stop by and help us kill the Night Stalker tonight? You'll be rewarded in all the beer and partying you can handle.
The fuck is the
stop by and help us kill the Night Stalker tonight, you'll be rewarded in all the beer and partying you can handle.
Trial later. Still no answer from Blizzard. See how much. 1,000. I'm using the fuel thingy. Oh, I have enough fuel.
No matter what happens, the show must go on.
Let's get around 10 blight. So I need to harvest 5 spots. So I keep some for future. One more spot. Okay. 10. Okay, yeah. Corn, carrot, crafting. 10 of it. 10. 10. As well, 10. Yep. That one is good.
Once was a man from Nantucket.
It's a plan worth selling.
Wait, how'd they go again? Ah,
Hunter's Tesla rifle, that's bad. Okay, everything else is bad. Why is my Gatling plasma? Ultra sight. This gun. Also, damage is really bad. Let's see. This damage is atrocious. Maybe it's because 88 the fire rate. Oh my. Yeah. That is also very good, and it's gonna be even better with crit food and shit. Yeah. Oh yes, ladies. Let's see. Oh wow. Crazy caribou. Guy is hunting treasure goblins. Hunting. I'm gonna need the armor. Nice gun.
Ray comes to our cozy cabin.
other. Don't forget to fill the tub with that sizable salamander venom.
I hope he's not gonna use a fucking grenade launcher. If one of them is, I'm just out.
Destroying stills are not good for making moonshine. Need I say more?
How come my damage is so low? How come my damage is so low? You're an idiot, Des. Yep, that's why. There should be, at events, a place to change your build. Or, you know, that little thing.
Well done! You found the tub! I can't say that for many of the moonshiners who've come through here. Keep filling it with venom now. Your mother would be proud. The stills aren't going to protect themselves. Excuse me, but if you haven't noticed, the stills are being attacked. Going well, moonshiners. The venom you've collected is filling the tub nicely. We're halfway there. Most impressive. Keep up the fine work.
Hasho Champion says. Yoo-hoo.
Hey Ash, what's up?
Well, you don't see angry, sizable salamanders do that every day.
How you doing today, Ash?
Hasho Champion says. Doing good. I was playing this game and come back on it.
Nice. I've been playing this game since it came out. What console are you playing on? Are you playing on PC, Xbox, PS5?
Hasho Champion says.
On PC?
I am on
Nice.
PC.
You really outdone yourself.
Aha. And what weapon are you using? What build are you using? Where? Yeah.
Hasho Champion says.
Heavy machine gun. Oh, nice. Same as me.
Hasho Champion says. And,
And
50
cal.
calories.
50 calories. 50 cal. Nice. Yeah. I used to have a good 50 cal, but I gave it to somebody else. It was my go-to weapon when I started this. But now with the flamer, the new flamer, the holy fire that you can get from events. Oh man. This is now my new favorite weapon. I may have one extra if you want on PC. It's a really good weapon. You can hit multiple enemies. It's kind of short range, but it doesn't matter.
Excuse me, but if you haven't noticed, the still
Also, there's a what's it called? Grenade launcher. That's a very good weapon. But when there's a lot of allies like this event, it's not good because then you kill everything one shot and nobody gets experience point. But yeah, the flamer is a really good weapon, especially this one, the holy fire. And this is the natural roll of this weapon. Vampire, weapon speed, break slower.
Hasho Champion says. Sure.
How long have you been playing this game? Are you done with the campaign? Have you done the quest line, the Brotherhood? Are you a veteran? Are you yeah. Because I've been playing this game since its game.
Hasho Champion says. I do quest line and finished both of them.
Oh, okay, nice. Are you using the power armor? Are you using the, what's it called? The Union power armor? Because this one, man, is a game changer.
Hasho Champion says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hasho Champion says. No.
Oh, okay.
Hasho Champion says. Power armor no.
Oh, really? Because in power armor, you get the this card for heavy guns. which give you 45% armor penetration. It's a decent upgrade for the damage. And yeah, now that you can access the Union power armor more easy, it's a good armor. Makes you immune to poison damage. Are you playing on PC right now? I can invite you if you want.
Hasho Champion says, "Oh, I have Ultra Tice power armor."
Oh, okay, the Ultra Sight one. Yeah, that's not a bad it's not a bad power armor. Just give me a second.
Hasho Champion says, "And I don't have PS5, but I do have PC."
Okay. If you want, I can add you if you give me your in-game name. I'll add you up.
Hasho Champion says, "It is
It's the same. Okay.
Hasho Champion says,
As here.
"As here."
Ash. Good. Good. Champion. Here we go. Let me see if I have a good weapon I can give you. I do have a holy fire. Oh, it's not. I modified it and it's bad. So you use heavy weapons and 50 cals. 50 cal, I don't. I have this one. Bloodied. You get this one from a quest line, which is actually a very good 50 cal.
Hasho Champion says, "Yeah."
Do I have 50 cal ammo? I do have a bit.
Hasho Champion says, "I know that one."
Oh yeah. The final word. Let's see. We'll go goblin hunting for a second, because right now it's the treasure hunter event. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I'll try hunting with the 50 cal. I haven't used that weapon in forever.
Hasho Champion says, "But I want to try the Holy Fire."
Oh yeah, the holy fire, man. It's the best. Not that difficult to get. You get it from the event Beast of Burden. And you can buy it from player vendors as well. I thought I had an extra, but I re-rolled it and it's not. I can give it to you, but it's not a vampire one. It's instigating, which is actually really bad for a flamer. But the thing,
Champion says, "Sure."
right? But the thing is, with the flamer, it's a silent weapon, so you can use it re-range. Let me change server. I'll show. I'll show you what I mean. You can use it as a stealth build and in a power armor as well. Flamer is a very unique weapon. Show you. Let me join a team. Oh, actually, I can join you. Oh, wait. I join your world. Really? I'll even create a team. Let me just buff myself a little bit. Oh, the 50 cal. Oh, they're all dead. No. Oh, this guy's here. Yeah, it's not modified or anything. It's just straight up as it goes. Heavy barrel. I think I just modified the heavy barrel. Not even the prime receiver. But yeah, the flamer. Can't exit power armor here? Really? The flamer, you can use this weapon as a stealth weapon. Show you. Let's say I go into West Tech. Because this is where you get most of experience. This is where you farm experience. West Tech. Sure. You can stealth with the flamer. Let me just make sure I'm bloodied. Nerd Rage is on. Now it's on.
Humans, so small, so weak.
See, I'm still hidden. I'm not even using the right armor for this. The stealth armor. It's just regular. Hey. There you go. Pew 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 pew. Do you want to launch a nuke? Have you ever launched a nuke? Do you? Yeah, because if you want...
Champion says, no.
Do you want to go and launch a nuke? Because we could do that.
Champion says, I did not launch a nuke.
Alright. We could do this.
Champion says, sure.
Alright. Are you done with the Enclave quest? Are you a general with the Enclave?
Champion says, do you have Discord?
I do have Discord.
Champion says, I did finished Enclave.
Alright. Then what I'll do, I'll give you a nuclear keycard and we can go launch a nuke. Alright, what's your name on Discord so I can add you up?
Hasho Champion says. Same as here.
Ah, I see. Let me invite you. Yo. Here we go. All right. Hey, what's up?
Doing good. Doing good.
Nice. All right. So you say you did finish the
Yeah, I did
Enclave
finish
quest
the
line.
most of the things.
So you're a general with the Enclave.
Yeah.
All
They
right.
call me General, so yeah.
Yeah, perfect. I'll drop you a nuclear keycard right here.
Mm-hmm.
And then we can go to the closest one, which is Site Alpha, right? Yeah. I'll teleport.
Oh.
It's just north of us. A little bit north. And we'll do the... I'll show you how to cross the... Well, how to launch the nuke, how to glitch through the doors as well. Let me just equip my power armor because... yeah.
You're gonna hit a lot.
Yes. All right.
Oh, I don't have a jetpack though, but then again, it's fine, right?
Activating security system alpha.
All right. So, to launch the nuke, you need a nuclear blue card, ID card. Be careful, the turrets, they hurt. The robots are not too bad, but the turrets, they really hurt. Like here on the table, there's a blue biometric ID card.
Oh.
That's what you need.
Okay. Do I have to click on terminal?
Oh, no, not yet, not yet. Then you need to extract your biometric information. And then in here, you need to hop into biometric scanner. Then we need to go back to the computer you were at.
I'm just load game. Game has been freezing for me.
Oh, no worries, I'll wait. Yeah, somehow the server is lagging.
Attention. Fugitive should be considered armed and dangerous.
All right. Then you need to put your card into the ID card eraser. Then on the computer, you use the second option, fabricate biometric ID.
Okay.
Sector Alpha.
Oh, mine requires a biometric card. So, where should I get that one though?
The biometric card. You hear? There's a blue one on the shelf.
Oh, okay. Old. Oh, I forgot about that one. Let me
No
just come back again.
All right.
Didn't you hear me coming? Now I have to fight.
You need to put the card into the slider first.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Level 1.
Once you do this, then you go here, and there is not another slider. Oh shit. Okay. And then that's it.
Security incident resolved.
Turrets?
Standing down.
Yeah,
Or something.
we're good. We can move to the next section now.
Mm-hmm.
Should let you through. Good job.
Scanning. Key card detected.
And here you just go straight. And here you have to glitch through the door. Right here. And the way you do this is you go like in the corner, you press escape, you enter photo mode, and then you try to move in photo mode through your body.
Oh, I did it that one. That's good.
And you repeat the same thing here with this door right in front of us. That's it. And you bypassed like 90% of the job.
Hopefully they don't fix that one though.
Yeah. It's been there since day one.
Okay, that's good though. Glad to know.
And in here, be careful of the turrets. We need to protect the robots. So first we need to activate this, what's it called? Launching sequence. There's a computer right here. And then the last selection is initiate launching sequence.
Okay. Initiate last.
Launch prep sequence.
Yeah, exactly.
All personnel take your stations. All personnel to stations.
Then some robots will spawn. We have to protect them from the bad robots.
Yeah. I heard the explosive ones, so they will do damage.
So this is the robot who's launching the nuke. 4 other robots will spawn eventually.
Propulsion Officer active. Chief Telemetry Officer active. Security incident reported in.
All right, 2 more just spawned.
Mm-hmm.
Let me make sure he's okay.
Launch prep at 25%. Chief Guidance Officer active. Chief Targeting Officer active.
Sometimes it bugs out. So you see there's a like a bar on top of the screen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't go through.
Dunflopper221 says, "What's up?"
Hey, Don Flopper, what's up? Yeah, we're back. I was trying to connect to BattleNet this morning, and somehow my authenticator was messed up. So yeah, I'm back on Fallout. Having a great time. What about you, man? Do you want to join us? We're about to launch a nuke.
Where should I launch the nuke though? That's the thing.
Oh, well.
Dunflopper221 says, "I sent my PC off to get worked on."
Oh wow. Oh, that's too bad, Don. Well, once it's fixed, man, we're gonna play together again. Once you wanna launch the nuke, well, you can launch it to kill the Scorch Beast Queen, or I'm sorry.
Eddie, you know the Eddie guy. LD, what they called on the.
Oh, the Colossus.
Yeah, Colossus.
Yeah, sure. There's the Colossus, the Queen, or the Mole Rat guy.
Mole Rat? Oh man, I wanna launch at Mole Rat. Where is that though?
It's on the in. I'll set a marker on the map. Well, here. Yeah, just south of Nuka-Cola World. It's abandoned mineshaft number 2.
Okay.
So first you need to put the nuclear keycard.
221 says, "I get back on my PlayStation."
Where's that? Where should I put it? In here?
Yep, exactly. All right, done. Then you need to go here and wait. I'll tell you which numbers to enter. Because you need to enter a specific code.
Okay.
And you can have them on the internet. Loading. The code is 3401. 3401.
0 1,
Then 4, 7, 5.
4, 4, 7, right?
Yes.
4, 7,
5, 0.
5, 0.
Access granted.
Nice.
Now,
Now you use the thing in the middle to aim for the nuke. And on the south of the map, next there is abandoned mine shaft 2. I have a marker on it.
I mean,
It's
how did I move that one though?
Wait.
Move, mouse.
Yeah, with the mouse.
Confirm. Launch the nuke. I see that one. Look at the marker and confirm launch nuke.
Attention. Attention. Launch sequence activated. Launch
Oh.
tube will seal in 30 seconds.
So it's on
All
the.
personnel should exit the launch tube immediately.
Where did you launch the nuke? Okay.
The launch nuke should be on the blasting
Ah,
marker.
perfect. Perfect. Now we can teleport to Nuka World on tour. There's like a Nuka-Cola bottle sign.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's go there. So the boss will spawn over there.
Launch tube sealing in 10 seconds.
We do have a bit of extra time.
Yeah, I'm learning this, so yeah, as the nuke goes.
No
I
worries,
probably want
man.
to see the codes, but yeah, codes are randomized, I'm assuming.
You want to see what?
The codes for the
Oh.
initial thing.
Yeah, well, they change. They update it once a week. So once you launch you launch the nuke for alpha. Next time you go launch the alpha silo, you won't need to enter a code. It will already be entered.
They
Until
always change.
Yeah, once a week exactly. Oh wait. So, cause you need. Let me just go pick up some stuff. So for this boss, you need this. You need grenades. Oh, and we also need a melee weapon. I do have a melee weapon.
I actually have Whacker Smacker.
That's good.
I have Whacker Smacker as a weapon. This thing right there.
Yeah, yeah. That's perfect. Let me see. Yep. All right. Because we're gonna need a melee weapon. Because this boss, in order to hit him, you need to destroy some crystals with the melee weapon. You'll see. What have you done, man? Wait, I don't even have the right build. Nice. Then you need to kill the things here, yeah, first.
Yeah, this is good.
Yeah, I like this one. That's cool.
Yeah, I love this one all day. It doesn't have to be like flying all around. 'Cause I usually farm the sports queen.
Thank you. There we go.
That guy's it. Grand final. The weapon I
Oh
got.
yeah, that's broadside. It's a cannon.
Yeah, cannon. I got cannon after we killed the monster.
It's a good. It's not a bad weapon.
Oh. I know. Oh, that weapon can be killed as well if you have the right hand. Right build, you know.
Yep. It's a explosive weapon.
So double hit, double version, and aim while aiming. Oh, so bunch of resistance when I'm on the. Yeah, that's good though. Projectile as well. I'm guessing is a must for this weapon. Double shot, I mean.
The projectiles, it's
Yeah.
cannonballs.
Yeah. I mean, I just said the projectile double shot. I mean.
Yes, yes.
And then like I get like the damage while aiming, and then the resistance while reloading. Like this is good.
All right. And so, did you want to launch another nuke?
Sure.
All right.
I'm just gonna loot a bit, but
Okay.
I had to get some food, so yeah, that's the other thing. I'll probably come back later.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah, gotta get some food.
All right. All right, man. That was fun.
Yeah, that was definitely fun. Loving that one. Love the boss already.
Perfect.
Yeah. I have to quit now. But yeah, I will definitely see you guys later.
All right. Take care, buddy.
I had to voice chat, leave, but yeah, I will definitely see you guys later.
All right. Thanks for joining. Have a good one.
No problem.
But, all right. Good. So now, let's see. This guy has 2 weapons to sell, a few plans. I'm curious. There's some kind of lag right now going on. Huh? What do you think? What do you think? Hmm? Where is the vendor? Fuck is the vendor? Ugh. He's selling one of the holotapes. Not bad. But the rest is not really good. Thank you. I just built this camp. This is my new camp. I have to say I really enjoy this camp. That's it. I got that one. Now let's get the resting XP. I mean, that's not annoying. It's not annoying at all. Oh, little cat. Safe and sound. Huh. Yeah, we're gonna go there.
What do stylish kangaroos wear? Jumpsuits.
No.
Hell's a kangaroo?
All right. But I want to go with another build. I'm gonna go with this one. This one. There we go. Safe and sound. Oh yeah, there's some lag with the server. That's not fun. Hmm. speak to Vera.
Think, Vera, think. Think it needs help. Maybe we're just gonna have to. You're gonna help us. Oh.
Fucking start the event. Let's go.
Watch your donkey. The critters swarmed the pit stop so suddenly. Thanks for agreeing to help clear them out. The repeller thingamajigs Ares sent over were supposed to keep them away, but broke and had the opposite effect. Cleared the cabins? That's the last of the critters. Great job. Oh, darn. Looks like the circuit breakers have blown. Mind patching them up so Kai can get the repellers running? Just follow the cable from the generator. They'll lead you right to them. Oh, I see a repeller light back on. Just a few left now.
Yeah, I need to re-roll that one.
What the heck? It broke again? Oh, and it's attracting critters! Please help protect the generator once Kai touches it and the repeller do can keep working again.
Choo choo!
Clyde, hurry! Not sure how long we can hold them off. What the heck? The juice must have been turned up too high.
Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. Nothing is happening. They're all killing it too fast. Not a big deal, but I have the right perks. Still another pack.
You're doing great. Just hold out a little longer. Clyde, no pressure, but we're all counting on you.
Yeah, I want it to be faster fire rate.
Clyde, it's definitely getting worse, all right. Seems like dual hickeys. And it gives Aries a piece of my mind when I see him next. Oh, no, no, no. Clyde, hurry. That big thing is fast. What's the matter, Aries? Don't stop now. Shoot that thing.
Okay.
At least our noggins are in one piece. My teeth hurt a little. Anyways, hope the reward is enough. You really saved our behind. Be sure to come on back once we clean things up.
Are they gonna open more? Nope. Okay. Is it the new daily app? Yeah. Ah, the Bremen backpack. I didn't have it. Oh, and I can now turn back. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do the like this. Doesn't matter. Fast. Explode on that. Yeah, it's vampire will be useful.
Initiate Dodge, Brotherhood of Steel. We've got uplinks that have gone dark. Your mission is to show them the light again. Signal repeater is looking good. Time to head to the first uplink. First uplink calibration is starting up. Stay close by to speed up the process, and watch your back.
Yep. That build is good. Oh shit! Yeah, they explode on that.
Yolas says. Good morning.
Hey, Alas, what's up? Je jouerais bien à Diablo, mais ils ont des problèmes avec mon esti de Battle.net que je suis pas capable de retrouver mon account à cause d'un authenticateur. Fait que, ben, je joue à Fallout. C'est tout.
Yolas says. Shit.
Ouais. Donc là, j'ai envoyé des courriels, tout, là. J'étais en communication avec un GM. J'attends. Tu peux checker, ouais. Attends, je refresh. Non, j'attends toujours.
Yolas says. Moi J Tankor couch.
Tout est encore couch. Écoute, Yolas. Profites-en. Profite-en, mon ami Yolas. Un poulet, j'essaie de le rôtir. Bac, bac.
Yolas says. Mais losses PCQ ton indicator function PU. Yolas says.
Ouais. C'est parce que mon authenticateur, dans le fond, là, il était sur mon vieux téléphone que j'utilisais encore en backside. Puis là, ben, pour pouvoir utiliser l'authentificateur, juste rentrer dedans. Il faudrait que je fasse une mise à jour de l'authentificateur. Puis je peux pas à cause que l'OS, le système d'opération, mon vieux téléphone, il est trop fif. Fait que là, j'ai demandé pour canceller l'authentificateur puis le remettre ailleurs, tu sais. Là, ben, je suis dans ce processus-là. Là. Ils m'ont fait refouiller dans mes vieilles affaires, mais ils disent pour que ça fonctionne, faut que donne-nous un vieux CD key d'un de tes vieux jeux, genre. Puis j'ai retrouvé la boîte de Warcraft 3. Puis je leur ai dit le CD key puis mon username de dans le temps qui était Sperminator.
Yolas says. LOL.
Fait que c'est ça qui est ça. Fait que j'ai demandé à ce qu'il reset l'authenticateur. C'est des communistes. Hey, le communiste aïeul. Non. That's it. Fait que là, c'est ça, j'attends pour la petite blizzard, ça m'écoeure un peu. Ça m'écoeure un peu beaucoup. Qu'est-ce que tu veux? J'ai pas le choix. Ça m'écoeure, Chris, je suis rendu 80 cucs, là, sur Diablo, là. Pis, tu sais, je voulais jouer avec toi, là.
Moi j'ai un option maintenant qui m'envoie un texte sur mon cell.
Ouais, faudrait que je me fasse une patente de même, là. Parce que c'est ça, c'est de la grosse crise de merde, là. Tu sais, je m'étais dit dans le temps, là, faut que je change mon authentificateur, tu sais, faut que je le switch sur mon nouveau téléphone, puis tout, pis là, bla, je l'ai pas fait, pis là, ben, là, je paye le prix. Mais tu sais, c'est parce qu'ils ont délogué. Hier, il y a eu un trouble avec BattleNet, là, pis c'est quand. C'est ça. Pour me reloguer, oui, on a envoyé une affaire à votre authentificateur. Je vais sur mon cell. Ouais, faut que tu le mettes à jour. Ah, tu peux pas le mettre à jour à cause de ton OS de merde. Ah, fuck, 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 fuck. Voir, est-ce que ça a reseté aussi les affaires que je peux vendre aux vendeurs? Salut! Oui! Fait à 1 heure tous les jours, ça reset. Ça, c'est bien à savoir.
Yolas says. Jatsuha k Warcraft function port unidentified.
Ben oui, je pense que oui. Là, ça va finir par fonctionner. Là. J'ai donné Warcraft. J'ai donné aussi mon CDK pour. J'ai trouvé Diablo 2, ma copie originale de Diablo 2. J'ai trouvé aussi mon World of Warcraft original avec la boîte. Là, t'as peu, check. Je vais te montrer. J'ai cherché. Là. J'en ai trouvé d'autres, là, mais. Mettons. Ah, elle va pas super bien. Non, je fais ça.
Yolas says. Lao ca dev rate fair par exemple.
Tu sais, puis wow, c'est le wow que. Tu peux ouvrir le. C'est ça, c'est l'original wow, là. Carrément. Avec le Dark Portal ici.
Note to the gourmands. Human flesh is not acceptable tender here.
Warcraft 3.
Yolas says. Moi aussi j'aime core quelques part.
On le voit pas ben ben.
Yolas says. LOL.
C'est Warcraft 3. Puis il est un Diablo 2. J'ai même trouvé mon CD de Diablo 1. L'original pour la version PlayStation.
Yolas says. Nice.
Uranium fever.
Now in stock. Goods acquired through questionable means.
Alright. Allons faire Uranium fever. Malgré que je l'haïs, je pourrais faire autre chose. Je pourrais aller ailleurs. On va aller ailleurs. Fuck Uranium Fever. Il y avait un petit peu trop de lag ici. Je suis rendu 860. Ça monte en tabarnak. C'est con. Ben, tu sais. Ça monte en crise. Ouais, tu viens faire des câlins? Alain fait des câlins. J'aurais dû l'appeler Alain, ce chien-là. Free range. Wesh. Ça aussi, j'aime mieux me chier dans la gueule que de faire free range. J'aime mieux me chier dans la gueule que de faire free range.
Genie Hole says. Tabarnak.
Hey, Genie, what's up? Genie, yesterday they reset like Battle.net something, so I had to relog on. And I was using an old authenticator on an old phone. And Blizzard said, you need to update your shit. So now I lost everything. I sent an email to retrieve my shit, but yeah. Basically, I'm waiting for them to reply. I provided them with the information. Now, just waiting. I'm a little bit pissed
Genie
off.
Hole says.
Oh, yeah. Because I wanted to play Diablo 4 today. But I mean, I like Fallout, but I wanted to play Diablo 4. They're not answering back.
Genie Hole says. Kamian looks like he is leveling with the boys.
That motherfucker. Are they on Discord? Let's see. Oh yeah, they are. Bitches!
Quick, play dead!
Dude. I lost access. J'ai perdu l'accès à mon account Battle.net. Parce que j'avais un authentificateur sur un vieux téléphone, puis hier, il y a eu comme une shit avec Battle.net. Fait que là, quand je suis arrivé pour me reloguer, mon authentificateur disait « Ah, tu dois faire la mise à jour de l'authentificateur. » Là, je fais ça. Puis là, quand j'arrive à faire ça, ça me dit « Ah, ton OS est trop fif pour faire ça. » OK. Quand je suis arrivé pour transférer mes affaires, ça marchait pas. Ça me disait qu'il fallait que je contacte un GM. Fait que j'ai contacté un GM, j'ai envoyé il m'a répondu. J'ai renvoyé de la shit. J'ai retrouvé, il m'a demandé des vieux CD keys, genre, j'ai trouvé des vieux CD keys de. Parce que les dit, ouais, c'est ça, des vieux CD keys de WoW, puis j'ai donné le vieux CD key de Diablo 2, l'original, là, tu sais, que j'avais trouvé quelque part, puis Warcraft 3. Tu sais, j'avais.
J'ai rien de ça. Puis moi, j'ai un authenticateur, mais pas sur un phone, là. Tu sais, la petite bidule qu'il avait envoyée là, au début de tout.
Ah, mais c'est bon, ça.
Éventuellement manqué de batterie. Ouais, mais même, ça doit faire 13 ans de ça.
Ouais.
Plus que ça, là, ça c'était dans Wrath of the Lich King. Une petite bout, là.
Ouais, mais ça marche.
Ouais, tu sais, je pèse pas souvent sur le piton, là. Mais la batterie est pas éternelle, là.
Bah, c'est ça. En tout cas, moi, ça a chier. Fait que là, j'ai pas accès. Fait que Camien, tu carry-tu les boys?
Hein?
J'essaye.
Ah ouais? Ah ouais, vous êtes niveau 1, là? Ben, vous étiez low level?
Moi, je suis rendu 53, là, sur le board.
C'était quel level?
Moi, 53, Nick, son barb, il est presque 50, je crois. Pas son barb, son écro.
Mais vous étiez quel level quand vous avez commencé? C'est ça ma question.
8, moi.
Oh, nice.
Nick
Fait que,
était 11, pour ça.
fait que vous allez être capable de me carry en masse quand tout ça va être réglé. Ok.
Ah, parce que t'as pas donné un accent encore?
Ben non.
Même avec les CD keys?
Ben, j'ai donné les CD keys.
J'attends une réponse, là.
J'attends la réponse.
Je vais te dire d'appeler là-bas.
Ah, wesh.
C'est ça mon fear, moi, ça arrive, là. La dernière fois que j'ai appelé là-bas, ça doit avoir pris 4 heures, là.
Ouais.
Pas 4 heures à voir la ligne, là, mais tu sais, tout réglé,
Le
pas
photo de mon permis a réglé l'affaire en. Ben, pas vrai. Là. Il a fallu que je le convainque que mon account c'était Nick, puis que mon nom sur mon permis c'était Nicolas, puis c'est juste parce que personne m'appelle par mon long nom. Ça a pris du temps avant que je puisse te convaincre, mais. Ben, convaincre.
Mais pourtant, c'est pas un nickname, mettons, que tu dis, c'est vraiment différent, là. Nick, c'est-tu pour Nicolas ou bien c'est pour Nicole? C'est-tu Nicole?
C'est un petit peu tilté, mais ça s'est réglé. Je pense qu'il posait des questions plus formalité que d'autres choses, là, mais il commençait à m'aggraver.
Ben, lui, il a pas le choix de se backer, parce que s'il arrive de quoi avec la compte, c'est lui.
Ah, exact.
Je veux dire, j'ai un nom de famille composé, là, tu sais, câlisse. Deux noms.
Je veux dire, il y a presque juste au Québec qu'on a ça, là. C'est assez facile à voir, là.
Ouais, pis, tu sais, en plus de ça, mon nom de famille, tu sais, il est pas commun. Là. Il vient de disparaître. Il est juste rentré dans le mur, puis.
Ben, ton nom de famille, c'est l'arnaqueur, c'est ça?
C'est Antille-Parent.
Antille-Parent.
Ouais. Parent est commun, mais pas Antille.
Es-tu jamaïcain?
Non, c'est pas
Autre hémisphère.
Ansketel qui vient de la Norvège. C'est juste que mal est écrit jusqu'à temps que ça devienne Anctil. Puis Anctil est devenu Antille avec des bons prêtres. Là. Tout le monde, ça va bien écrire.
Ok, fait que plus c'est juste une dérivation de Anctil. Oh,
ouais. Puis Anctil vient de Ansketel qui est soit norvégien, soit normand. Avec quelle bronze.
Non, ouais.
Les deux bronzes sont flippés là. Ils sont arrivés à Saint-Jean-Port-Joli, puis il y a 3 pistoles.
T'as fait genre l'histoire de ton nom.
Ouais, ben.
Moi, j'ai un livre ici avec l'histoire de ma famille.
Ouais, j'ai un nom viking, fait que ma mère a pas mal pour réussir à trouver nos racines.
Moi, j'ai retrouvé mes racines aussi. C'est crissement drôle.
Tant que tu me dis pas que tu viens de découvrir que ta mère c'était ta tante.
Non.
C'est correct.
Non.
Yolas says. Arnax done viking.
Yolas dit Arnax, c'est un viking. Yolas, je vais t'expliquer quand j'ai fait des recherches sur mon nom, puis tu me diras qu'est-ce que t'en penses, ok? C'était un gars qui était à. Voyons aussi qu'il y a les poissons des chenaux, là. Saint-Anne-la-Pérade. Dans ce coin-là. Sainte-Geneviève de Batiscan, Saint-Anne-la-Pérade. Fait que ça, c'est comme sur le bord du fleuve, entre Québec et Montréal.
C'est moi le lead. Fuck.
Puis.
C'est moi le truc.
Mon premier ancêtre, il habitait genre d'une petite grosse maison. Personne ne sait ce qu'il faisait. Tout le monde sait que c'était un homme important. Mais personne ne veut dire qu'est-ce qu'il faisait. Ça, c'était le premier de ma gang. C'est ça que j'ai vu, les seules affaires. C'est super.
Probablement un pêcheur, voyons donc, tout le monde le sait. Pêcheur.
C'était probablement, c'est ça. Mais ça a l'air que c'est lui qui avait une des plus grosses maisons, puis qui. Personne ne sait qu'est-ce qu'il faisait exactement.
Mon livre est backup jusqu'en 1400 quelque chose. Ça va quand même loin. Là.
Oh, Chris.
Nous autres, en 1400, on tombe dans un saga, là, fait que ma mère, je pense qu'elle a arrêté là.
Yolas says. Lush.
Je pense que c'est fin 1400. Là.
C'est ça, Yolas, c'est un cuisinier.
Yolas says. Jale Tujer Sug.
Tu l'as toujours su que j'étais cuisinier. Ouais.
Fait qu'il va de la mettre dans son garage.
Ouais, c'est ça.
Fuck, était où la fin du donjon?
À l'entrée.
À l'entrée, en réalité.
Parce que c'était moi le lead, je vais donner le lead à quelqu'un aussitôt que tout le monde est sorti. Là.
Ce sera pas long, aller leveler mon glyphe, puis je te dis ça.
C'est moi qui ai comme faire.
Wesh.
C'est un léger upgrade, man. Ma weapon elle avait genre 88 de DPS, puis là elle a 1300 quelque chose. Yeah. Léger.
Très léger.
Genie Hole says. Every time I run into the butcher, it is usually so inconvenient. No pots, low health. All my defense is on cooldown. But I haven't lost it.
You haven't lost to the butcher yet, Jenny?
Tes ancitra on invent le cheats vis.
Yolas dit que mes ancêtres ont inventé le cheese whiz. Je suis d'accord. Yeah, Jenny the butcher. But it's because you got the guns, you know. That's why the butcher he's like, oh, he's taking a step back. You don't need pots. You too strong. Right. Dude, what the fuck are you doing in my base? The fuck out. You fucking hobo! Yeah, yeah, sans abri dans ma base.
Tu veux-tu repopper du 40 ou.
Je l'ai mis livre, mais je peux ouvrir du 40.
Comme vous voulez, je suis partant de n'importe quoi.
Bye, le sans-abri. All bad.
On va boss dans 7 minutes, par exemple. Je sais pas ce que tu veux.
Oh. Ça m'écoeure.
Bon, on peut clencher le donjon pendant 7 minutes, 5 minutes. Je suis dedans, là.
All this.
No to the gourmands. Human flesh is not acceptable tender here.
Human flesh is not acceptable to me.
Reste-moi avant de partir. S'il veut bien.
Bon, mais les gars, si ça se règle mon histoire, je vais venir vous rejoindre. Sinon, ben, c'était bien le fun. Yes, sir. Yeah, that fucking sucks. Blizzard, please help me.
Spiky bits to stab people with. You may find some here.
I want some pointy stuff to stab people with. Nice.
Get your raiding supplies here. Or don't. I don't care.
Let me see. Because I want to buy shit. I got a lot of caps. I need to spend them. Where? Jason? Nothing to sell. Mista Fista. Ooh, huh? I don't know what you're doing in your free time, your spare time, Mista Fista. But you know, probably using your hands. Endurance. No.
Eureka! I hit solid gold.
It's cheap. Okay, no. Nothing good. Mista Fista. So, what if I want to hunt the treasure hunters? Let's go. And let me get a coffee at the same time. Well, I'm gonna wait a few minutes for the coffee. Because I'm gonna take the dogs out soon. Year one. No, I don't hear anymore. Do. Feed the people. Sorry. The event is feed the. Sorry. Sorry, I'm having trouble saying the name of the event properly. It's this one is it's feed the. Feed the people. Are you watching Bethesda? Feed the people.
Yolas says. Articule.
Articule. Un feed de people. Because it makes me wanna puke. Feed the people makes me wanna puke. Feed the people. Yolax. Hey, Yolax. Et quel level ton bonhomme à Fallout, Yolax? Tu veux, je vais te faire un gun. Tu vas tout déchirer. Je vais essayer de te trouver un gun là, que je pourrais te fabriquer puis que tu déchires tout. Un moonshine. Eh. Ouais, je te fais un gun, tu pourfends tout. That's it. Lui, il a un bon gun. Lui, il a des belles bobettes. Lui, beau en tabarnak! D'après moi, il voit pas les couleurs.
Genie Hole says. Campfire starting shortly.
Really? Alright.
Genie Hole says. 14 mibutes.
Campfire. It's on Twitch? I guess so. I'll watch it on stream.
Genie Hole says. We.
Oh, oui. Can you, which channel is it on? Is that right? Diablo 4. Oh, I got it. It's because I need to move it. Make it smaller. Something like that. All right. Let me just finish setting up the scene quickly. We'll do this and this. Whoop. Okay, then I just need to lower that volume. There we go. Wow. All right, so we're gonna watch this on stream. What the hell? Ten minutes for the campfire to start. Hey yo, Leave Plot, le campfire commence dans 10 minutes. Puis je vais le streamer en même temps si jamais vous voulez.
Musique de marde, là, mais en tout cas.
Ouais, c'est ça.
Ah ouais, je vais aller regarder ça. On va aller regarder patiner.
Ouais, exact. Bon, ben, je vous laisse là-dessus. Just want to see. It's like, okay, that's good. That music. So what do we expect from this, right? Well, what do I expect from this? I think they're gonna announce the patch. They're gonna do something for the sorcerer for sure. I'm also pretty sure they're gonna revert some of the changes they made to cooldown reduction. We'll see. They're supposed to announce a patch also, well, yeah, we'll see. But I'm very curious to see what they have to say about this. And if it's the beginning of a tradition or just, them trying to extinguish fires. Meaning that this is the last one or the next one is going to be very far apart. Nice backpack. A turtle backpack. Five minutes. All right, so I'm going to go and take the dogs out in the meantime. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes. All right. All right. Timing is everything. Sorry. Oh. Here we go.
I am writing to you because although a great evil is receding from Sanctuary, a new festering curse now spreads its corruption across the land. More dangerous, more malignant than I could have imagined. I have found a way to stop this plague. To rip the dark power of these monsters from their very core.
Yolas says. On Anton a Pain LE video.
Thank you.
Yolas says. Press pop.
But I cannot do this alone. My allies have fallen. My strength.
As-tu plus d'allure, là, mon bon Yolas?
The malignant are relentless and without mercy. I need help. I need you.
Happy Friday, everyone. Welcome to another Diablo 4 Campfire Chat. My name is Adam Fletcher. I am the Associate Director of Community here on Diablo. Joined here by Joe Shelley, Game Director for Diablo 4. Mr. Joe Pipora, which you guys know of, and Joe as well, I guess. I mean, familiar faces. Associate Director for Diablo 4, and of course, Adam Jackson. Brand new face here. He is our lead class designer for Diablo 4. We have a lot to talk about today. In fact, just note, there's two Adams, two Joes, so this is going to get really confusing here. And we were thinking about, like, maybe we do like a battle royale or something like that to, you know, determine who talks next or whatever. But I will say we actually do have a lot to talk about. In fact, I would almost say this is like dev update stream worthy.
So at least Campfire Plus.
Campfire Plus, yeah.
Easily.
Plus. Yeah. It's like New Game Plus or whatever. Okay. But we do have a lot to talk about.
Like
specifically around patch 1.1.1. Did I say enough ones?
Yeah, you did.
1.1.1.
1.1.1.
We are going to talk about some balance changes that are going to be coming to that patch.
Balance.
We're going to be talking about the dates of when that patch is actually going to be hitting, along with when players will be seeing the patch notes, which will be well before the actual patch does actually hit, but we'll talk about that here in a second. I know we do want to jump right into it because we do have a ton to talk about. So I will actually throw it over here to Adam Jackson because I know he wants to talk a little bit about kind of like the class balance and what we're thinking about for 1.1.1.
Yeah, totally. Glad to be here. We have a lot to talk about. So first I want to kind of frame this in our goals and what we're going to be doing in this patch in the immediate future, and then talking a little bit about kind of how the class team feels about classes and kind of what we're thinking in a more mid to long-term space. So for this patch, we've got a lot going on. One of our goals is kind of, I think, obvious to the community. We want to kind of improve the effectiveness and the fun of the Sorcerer and the Barbarian. So a lot of changes in there.
Source and Barb.
Two ways of kind of what we're thinking about the Sorcerer and then what we're thinking about with the Barbarian. Because they both have, you know, kind of different things going on. For the Sorcerer in this patch, we're focusing on reducing something that we call Kiss Curse mechanics, which is kind of, I know, a very designery term. But it's this idea that we give you a really cool power effect, and then we kind of take something away or make it nerfed or nerf some other part of you in some way, usually for balance reasons, to make sure that it's not just, you know, out of control in power.
Yeah, usually the idea there is, like, to your point, it's like, so we really have, like, you know, 20% we can afford to give you, but if we take 10% of something else away, we can give you 30% or 45% and feel a little bit better about that.
Exactly. Usually it's to sell a fantasy in a really strong way, but we can't, like, do that justifiably without just breaking the mechanic. But we found out in a lot of ways we've been a little too harsh with that, and so we're going to try and reduce or remove that in some cases. And then the other one is late game survivability. We know that the sorcerers typically have a tough time, when they start pushing those later Nightmare Dungeon tiers. And so we're going to be looking at ways to increase that specifically. And an example of that curse mechanic is the Serpentine aspect. If you know that one, it's the one where you can spawn an additional Hydra, but it reduces the duration of your Hydras. That's just no longer going to reduce the duration. It's actually going to increase it. So that's an example of something. We'll go into more detail later.
Oh, nice.
For the Barbarian...
So they're buffing the Hydra.
In the early game and making it feel better and just more fluid. We're going to be improving the Fury generation that you get from your basic skills. And then we're also looking at the late game for the Barbarian by making a lot of their uniques more attractive and effective. So you're going to see later when we go through the notes that we're going to be changing around usually about 1 affix per unique from something that really isn't that attractive for players to something that they really, really want.
is on Wizard.
Make these items really exciting.
We'll see.
Now, when we make changes to items, specifically items like uniques, many of these changes only take effect on new items, right? Like I think we have an example of the Hellhammer here.
Yeah, kind of. It's a little bit more complex than that. So we're going to delve into one of our examples of what we're updating here. But when we update a unique item, we actually update Hellhammer in 2 different ways. So we're increasing the duration that the ground is going to be ignited and burning, and then we're also increasing the damage. And that's the actual unique effect power, the exciting thing that the item does. But you can see here on Hellhammer, we're also doing another change where we're actually granting you a bonus critical strike damage and removing the bonus damage to crowd control enemies, right? So on the left, what you see here, when you log into the game, after this patch, the left version is what you're going to get. So you're not going to get the critical strike damage change where the actual item affix there, the rule changed, but you are going to get the updates to the upheaval, lasting longer, and doing more damage. On the right, when you find your new items after the patch, you're going to get the new affixes, the new rules, and things on the item.
So new versions of these items will have all of the buffs we're talking about.
New versions will have everything new, and the old versions will get the new stuff on the actual legendary effect, but then you won't have the new item stats on it.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, so going back to kind of other things that we're looking at. So that's the Sorcerer and the Barbarian one we're focusing on. Then generally across all classes, we're doing a few other things as well. We're looking at builds that aren't really hitting a high enough power level, and we're going to be just buffing them and increasing the power of them, so they should feel better and be more competitive. We're also going to be looking at increasing the attractiveness of kind of uniques across the board. We're focusing on Sorcerer and Barbarian for this patch, but we actually believe that we can do this kind of thing across the board. There's a lot of uniques that we think aren't really hitting the mark. It's something that's kind of a tough thing that we talk about a lot on the team, because the roles and the things that the uniques have as far as their item power are all fixed, right? They can't re-roll different stats all over the place. So we could very easily just make all uniques really good by putting all the best stats on the items, right? That's an easy thing to do for us. But we kind of have a push and pull there where we don't want to just make all of them clearly the best items in the game because they have all the best stats and they have really good powers. We want there to be something that's really unique and attractive about them, and you have to kind of think of how you're going to fit these into your character's build. But we think that we are just not hitting the mark on a lot of them, so we're boosting them a little bit and then just kind of seeing how that goes.
Mm-hmm.
Next, we're going to be looking at opening up build-specific designs to be more widely useful. So there's a lot of effects on legendary powers and in other places where this effect only works in a very narrow use case, like only on a single skill or a single group of skills, or we're using a certain proc to get it. And in many cases, we're just going to open that up to be more widely usable so that players can actually, use them in more different builds or different ways. One example of this that we'll go over later is Chain Lightning's upgrade, Greater Chain Lightning.
Oh.
Currently, it gives you the bounces of Chain Lightning do bonus damage when it bounces off of you. And we're going to change that so that it just does bonus damage when it bounces off of anything. So instead of being kind of a narrow use case where you're only using it like on a boss or a single target enemy and getting value, you'll just get it a lot more often.
Yeah, it feels like a much better lightning range skill now in that way. It's easier for me to clear packs, so it's good. I like that.
Yeah, totally. So that's kind of what we're looking at for this patch.
Nice. So they're buffing the Sorcerer. That's exactly what I said.
About sort of our things that we want to do, like going forward in the game, other things we want to do. Not all of that stuff is in this patch.
Yeah,
right?
no, we have a lot of talks on our team. We have a lot of things that we're thinking about and going on. I thought it'd be really good also to kind of talk a little bit about, how we feel about more longer term goals and things about the game. So these aren't coming in this patch, but things that we're thinking about that'll come in the future that the team's kind of focus on. The first one is kind of finding ways to bring different types of damage closer together. As I'm sure many of you in the community know, vulnerable and crit are really, really strong right now. Kind of a lot of the meta is about, you make an enemy vulnerable and then you do bonus damage to them and then you stack as much crit strike chance and crit damage as you can and then you blow them up, right? Our game actually was foundationally made with other types of builds that aren't only those in mind, right? We have like damage over time or dot damage, things like Firewall or Shadow Necro does a lot of this. We also have Overpower as a mechanic in our game, and these other different ways to build your character, we want them to have parity with, vulnerable and crit damage. So we're going to be trying to find, our goal is to find a way, and we're working on it right now, that all those different ways of dealing damage have a lot of parity. So no matter if you're an Overpower build, or a crit build, or a damage over time build, you'll be relatively equal in power to all of the other different types of ways to play.
Let's see,
What we're looking at is adding scaling to builds and effects that don't really scale very well in the game. This is something that I think is a big opportunity for us to open up just excitement in different builds in the game. And what I mean by this is we have a lot of legendary powers and effects that like spawn a new thing. An example of this is like on the Barbarian, there's some legendary powers that spawn earthquakes or dust devils. Another one is the Necromancer has like things that leave shadow trails on the ground that deal damage. And these things, they deal what we call flat damage, which is like we give it a damage number, and then that's how much it does, and then that damage number kind of scales with player level. But what we find is that a lot of these things are really good in the early and mid game when they drop, but then when you get to the really late game, they kind of fall off really hard. And what we want to do is find ways to add scaling so that the player can opt into like making a build out of these things. So if I want to be an Earthquake Barbarian or a Dust Devil Barbarian, I can actually do that, and it's supported by the game. So that's something that we're really excited about because we think that'll open up a lot more build possibilities. Ultimates are kind of in this range as well. This is a more long-term goal. But similarly, a lot of ultimates are really strong in the early and mid game. You take it, it blows up the screen, feels great. And then in the late game, a lot of ultimates that we see that are just used because they buff the player in some way.
Yeah, they don't blow up the screen the same way anymore.
Yeah, right. I want you to be excited to use Bone Storm because Bone Storm is awesome, not because it gives you a buff, right? Or Grizzly Rage or other ones, right? So that's kind of something that we're thinking about in the mid to long term to make the game kind of open up and have more builds.
Mid to long term. So later on down the road.
We're about to get into patch notes. We're about to talk about Sorcerer. But we thought that it was important to talk a little bit about this philosophy, both because we want to be very transparent in terms of like how we're thinking about the game and what kinds of like why we're making changes, both so that when you see changes, you can understand what we're thinking, like what we're going for, and also so that we can incorporate feedback from the community, feedback from you into these kinds of changes.
Yeah, and that goes down even to the format for this particular live stream, right? Yeah. So like we're gonna go through a lot of details really, really soon, which I think people are really excited about. I hope people are really excited about because we're gonna have a lot of those. And then afterwards, we want to hear back from the community about like how this worked. Like, was this the best way to get this information? Did you get a lot of good data from us, and do you understand why we're doing making the changes that we are? Right. And to Joe's point, again, it is really useful for you to understand these things. It's going to help with the feedback that you give us back. We know whether we're hitting it or not.
Yeah, and this is like a multi-stage type of thing. So we're actually gonna. You guys are about to see a ton of slides here in a second, going through pretty much all the different detailed balance changes that are coming across the classes. But then, like we said, like we do plan on releasing patch notes so that you guys can actually read them in more detail. And in those patch notes will be additional information such as like all the bug fixes and so forth that will be coming in with the game itself with 1.1.1. So.
We plan on releasing those.
So we are. Look at this. We had planned this to talk about it later, and now like.
Sorry.
And now you're just gonna spoil it. We're actually gonna release patch notes, full patch notes. You guys will see these patch notes first here on the stream, but we will release patch notes next Wednesday on August 2nd, so that everyone will end up seeing it. We'll talk about the patch date here at the end of the stream. We're closer to the end of the stream.
Yeah, so just wait for the end of the stream. We'll talk about when that's gonna go out.
But what we do want to do is we do want to jump straight into the balance changes and so forth. Yeah. And we do want to start off with the Sorcerer. So we have a lot of different slides and changes here that we do want to detail. So Adam, I know, wants to go through them all.
Yeah, totally. So I think what I'll do is just give you a few moments to look at the screen and kind of see what we're doing and then talk high level about some of the bigger changes here. So Flickering Firebolt is one we're changing Firebolt to basically just generate mana when you hit an enemy. Before it was only generated when you hit a burning enemy. So when you would just try and cast Firebolt, without doing anything else, you would just always miss the first hit of getting the mana, which felt bad a lot.
That always felt bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it says negative feedback loop, so we're just going to make it feel nicer. You still feel nice about burning things and piercing, but you just get it more often. Probably another big one here is the greater chain lightning change I talked about, where every time that it bounces, the next hit would deal damage rather than only bouncing off of you. And then we're also buffing the other choice for destructive chain lightning, so you get more crackling energies. Next one, let's go to the passives. These are all the key passives at the bottom of the skill tree. Isu's Ferocity is a big one. You're going to see a lot of these kinds of changes where it used to work kind of in a more narrow use case, and now it works in a case that it didn't, so that's just generically good. This one, it used to not really work on bosses very well. You had to kill enemies by critting them to get the bonus, and now you can also get it during boss fights by just hitting the boss and critting them. So you'll just have uptime and usefulness in a part of the game that it didn't before. Next, for Paragon, we're going to talk, let's see, we've got, these are
This is still for the sorcerer, yeah.
So you've got some damage reduction increases to a lot of the glyphs and nodes across the board. Again, we're targeting that late game survivability for the sorcerer. Another one that kind of opens up more ways to play and just makes it more usable is the Searing Heat Legendary node. This one is when you cast Fireball or Meteor, now it just increases your crit strike chance across the board for 5 seconds, so you can get that crit strike and use it on any of your skills rather than only on them.
Yeah, damage reduction is
That's
actually like extremely strong in
Yes.
Diablo 4.
It's really, really good.
Yeah.
So these things should be pretty impactful.
Yep.
We can go next one. All right, so here we've got some more Paragon nodes. Again, damage reduction across the board. Keep in mind that also on some of the rare nodes, you can see them twice in a board rather than only once for the glyphs. So that means that this is actually like doubled if you go for both of them. And we're also increasing the maximum life bonus on a couple of nodes. Again, just targeting that late game survivability. And now legendary, so there's a lot to chew on here.
There's your first one, Serpentine.
Yep, there it is. That's one we talked about before. So now you can have a Hydra active, and instead of the duration being decreased, it's actually going to be increased. Next, we've got some, again, damage buff numbers to things that are underperforming. Aspect of 3 Curses is one that I'm particularly excited about. Before, this one used to be that it only increased your crit damage of Meteor only, and only against healthy enemies. So it was one skill and only healthy enemies. Now it's going to work on Meteor and Fireball, and you get half of the bonus all the time, and then an extra bonus against healthy enemies. So now you can use this in builds that you weren't able to at all before. The next one is pretty good, is Gravitational Aspect. This one was, it used to reduce your damage in exchange for the lightnings orbiting around you. Now we're going to increase it. So again, that's a pretty big swing in power. Next, we've got Recharging Aspect. This one was kind of similar to the change that we did to Chain Lightning to that bonus baseline. It used to only give you mana when it bounced off of you. Now it's going to give you mana when it bounces off of everything. So again, a lot more usable. And in combination with that Unbroken Tether, I think Chain Lightning players are going to be eating pretty this patch. We're also increasing the bonuses of Chain Lightning that you get when that proc happens. So lots of Chain Lightning bounces. They give you lots of things. Should be really fun. We're also putting a new legendary into the game. This is the Mage Lord's Aspect. This one makes your Veer's Mastery Key passive, the damage reduction there, be increased by quite a bit so that you can survive when you're in that melee range.
Wow. Wow.
You see here some Snow Veiled Aspect is getting a pretty big generic buff, where before it just gave you Unstoppable when you used Frost Armor. I believe it's gotta be Frost Armor. But now it also gives you bonus armor when you use it as well, just generally more useful. Incendiary Aspect terrifies me, but we're doing it. This one used to be that it procced off of all of your burning damage. So your burning damage could give you mana, and now it's going to just do it off of your pyromancy skills damage. So this opens up Meteor, Fireball, all of those other skills that aren't really Fireball. I think that's good for that one. And then for uniques, we've got the Gloves of the Illuminator. This is the one where your fireballs bounce and deal AoE damage. Before, when you got this, it was kind of in a very weird place where the bounces could do it pretty often in such a way where you'd only hit an enemy once with a bounce. And we have to put this damage penalty on it because, you can hit enemies multiple times with it, and it's AoE, and gives you a bunch of procs of all of your stuff, so it's really, really strong. But because you could only hit an enemy once, a lot of times this was just a damage nerf for your character.
Yeah, you'd bounce it one time on a monster, and that was that.
And now you got nerfed for getting unique, right? That never feels good. So we reduced the distance that it bounces a little bit, so it should be more easier to consistently hit an enemy twice. And then we also reduce that damage penalty, so now no matter what, if you hit an enemy twice, it's a damage bonus. And then we also replace one of its affixes from damage to stunned to lucky hit to restore resource. And since this thing, bounces and hits enemies a lot of time, the lucky hit procs are very powerful with this, so we think this will be a lot more attractive for players. All right, moving on to the Barbarian. So, like I said before, we're increasing the Fury generation of all of those basic skills. So you're just going to get more Fury in the early game so that you can, do that basic core skill loop a little more often, so it should be more fun. Double swings gain a damage buff, ruptures gain a damage buff, charges gain a damage buff, and one of the enhancements is increasing that vulnerable duration, so it should hopefully be more attractive.
Yeah. One thing I do want to note is, like, even on if we go back to the other slide, like,
sure.
A lot of people are going, like, Fury gain 11 to 13 and like 10 to 13, and they're always like noting like, well, that doesn't feel like a big number and so forth. But I think players,
by percentage, it's really big.
Yeah, by percentage,
it also scales
really
with a whole lot of other stuff. It gets spooky when we do too much in a percent wise.
Exactly. So I think
because of how everything works in our game.
I think people are seeing some of the smaller numbers, but not realizing that other things obviously it scales with other things and other and it mixes in with whether you. Other gear that you have and so forth. So this is just the baseline number. And you have to remember that obviously when that number gets tweaked, everything else gets tweaked. That gets.
Want to point that out too when we do like damage increases where it might seem small because it's increasing the base that everything else multiplies and scales on. It can be a bit. I mean, sometimes it's not as much. We can go and do it again, right? But it's scary and risky. So we have to think about that because it's very easy to be like, oh, just make it 20. And now, late game, you're just like bashing once and then getting all your Fury back or something, right?
Right.
So. All right, so Violent Upheaval. This one gives you Berserking, and you can damage 2 or more enemies or 3 or more enemies to get a better buff. And now we're adding bosses to that. So when you're in a boss fight, you're just going to be able to get and chain that Berserking again, making it usable in a part of the game where it didn't used to be. We've also got Gushing Wounds is one I think worth calling out. This is the key passive. We're increasing the scaling of your bleed to crit damage, and then also your bleed damage when you overpower an enemy is going up significantly.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, so now when you overpower and get that AoE bloodburst, it's actually going to do quite a bit of chunky damage, we're hoping. Walking Arsenal is another one worth calling out here. We heard some feedback that, it's really hard to keep up all 3 of your weapon types when you're doing Walking Arsenal. Usually 2 is fairly easy. You can have a basic and a core that are different weapons, but getting that third one to consistently happen, especially if you're using a cooldown skill like Charge or Leap or something like that, it can be hard to maintain that. So we're just increasing it to make it more forgiving, which should also increase all of those legendaries and other powers, minis and stuff.
That was possible for me when I had Deathblow charges, but whenever I was only running like 1 Deathblow charge at a time, like that build just didn't.
Yeah, Deathblow's probably one of the more one of the easier ones to get, and even then it can be a little hard, right?
Yeah, for sure. This is great. It opens up a lot.
Yeah. So next, let's talk legendaries. Let me see. One of them, the aspect of Unrelenting Fury here, is one worth calling out, where again, you're going to get a benefit when hitting bosses, so now it's useful in a part of the game that it wasn't used in at all. Another one is the aspect of, or 2 Earthquake aspects there at the bottom, Bulkathos and Earthquake. We're increasing the amount of damage reduction and damage bonus, so if you want to do that Earthquake build, like I said before, we want those Earthquakes to do damage and be meaningful, but in the meantime, while you're standing in them, those buffs on you are going to be a little bit more powerful, so hopefully we can incentivize people to go through that fantasy. All right, next, so uniques. We've got a lot of stuff here with Barbarian uniques. Again, the high-level goal here is we're generally improving just the base thing the unique does, and then also trying to replace an item stat that wasn't very attractive or not as attractive with one that we know players really, really like to make these meaningful for them. So Fields of Crimson, this is the one where you do blood pools when you rupture enemies. We're increasing the damage. We're increasing the damage that enemies take standing in pools, which is a pretty big buff. And then we're also changing the rupture cooldown reduction with bonus crit strike damage. And again, combine that with the bonus in the key passive where the bleed damage,
70, right?
where that scales better. That'll just be quite a bit more damage across the board. Hellhammer we talked about. Brahmalandi's Magnum Opus, we're replacing the physical damage affix with vulnerable damage. 100,000 steps, the base affix of the boots, we're replacing the evade cooldown affix with just more evade charges. And then we're also replacing the damage against stun enemies with bonus movement speed, which you'll see a couple times in boots that we're doing because we know how attractive that stat is.
let's talk about.
Sorry.
So, I was just going to say we said that we were going to buff Sorceress and Barbarian. We're going to make some changes in 111. But Adam, you've been working on. We don't want to leave the other 3 classes out, right?
Yeah, totally.
Most of these changes are on that you've seen are First Orc and Barb. But I think we had some time to make some changes to the other classes too.
We totally did, so we can go on here. One thing I do want to call out, though, the focus of the patch is the Sorcerer and the Barbarian, so you're going to see a lot more for them, but we wanted to give the other classes something exciting as well. Rogues are actually, I think, eating pretty well right now, so they're pretty good, but we still found some things, underused things to buff. Probably one of the more big ones here is Forceful Arrow. We're changing the functionality here so that every time that you cast, third cast of the arrow just pierces all enemies, which is a pretty big, just generic bonus. We got some feedback on Rain of Arrows that it was kind of weird that the second wave was the one that knocked all the enemies down, because a lot of times, you cast a skill and the combat is in a certain state where the enemies are where you want to hit them and probably where you want to CC them, because you usually want to group stuff up to CC them. But because it happens on the second wave, the first wave comes, does a little bit of damage to everything.
They all move.
And then they all move, and then everything goes and falls apart, right? So this just makes it more reliable.
It sets itself up.
It sets itself up, yeah, exactly. Here, let me look if there's anything noteworthy. There's some buffs to things that are underused. So the aspect of Elusive Menace no longer requires hits to be from close enemies. So again, we're just making things more generically usable. And then for uniques, kind of similar to Barbarian, we found some room here to make a couple stats replaced with things that we know are really, really attractive. So in Wind Force, we replaced the all stats affix with bonus vulnerable damage. And then the Word of Hakan, we replace ultimate damage with cooldown reduction. So Druid, kind of similar to what I said about Barbarian, about that early game, kind of feeling a little bit slow. We're also improving all of the spirit generation of the Druid's basic skills. So across the board, you're able to get to those core skill casts a little bit easier. We're also improving the passive damage generally of a lot of their companion skills. So your wolves are going to feel better. The both passive and active damage is going up. The upgrades for the wolves are all going to be a little bit more powerful. And then same thing for ravens. Their passive damage is going up. And then brutal ravens, this is the one that gives you another little, a couple more little ravens to go peck your enemies to death. They're also going to peck a little bit harder. So a little bit more fantasy fulfilling there, I think. And then we're also looking at rabies. We know that poison druid, like just if I want to do a pure poison druid, is a little bit behind. So we're really targeting rabies as a pretty meaty upgrade there in its damage. This will also, by the way, improve the legendary, I think it's legendary where your wolves can cast rabies. That's also
that's what I thought of.
So just that whole archetype will be better. And then for legendaries and the class mechanic, we're just buffing some things that are a little bit underutilized, so they'll just be stronger. And then Necromancer, so here we've got quite a few things going on. Bone Spirit, this is the enhanced Bone Spirit, which is where when you crit enemies with the Bone Spirit, you get cooldown reduction. We're increasing that from 6 to 7 seconds, so it should be a little more friendly to players in this current state of the game. The Wither legendary upgrade here, this is the one where your shadow dot damage is going up, and we added a new way to scale that damage in the legendary space. We got feedback that this really just wasn't scaling enough to be meaningful, even when you invested a lot into willpower. So now you're just going to get a lot more bang for your buck. You're going to do, the requirement is less, so you're going to get more procs of the increase to your damage and chance to proc that damage, and then also just your bonus damage straight up is going to be better. So the shadow builds should be a lot better. Empowering Reaper, we got some feedback that totally makes sense to me now, and a year ago me should have thought of this, but the way that this used to work was Sever would spawn a pool of blight under enemies, and the chance was based on you critting them. So the idea was you would create a crit build, and then you turn your crit into these pools of damage, right? That sounds kind of cool. But it turns out, crit doesn't work with dots at all. So that pool doesn't get scaled with the way that you make the pool. So it just doesn't work design-wise. I take the blame for that. But now we're changing it so you just have to damage enemies to spawn those pools of light. So now this can actually be more friendly to dot builds. And then aspect of Exposed Flesh. This one used to have the same effect, but only when hitting vulnerable enemies with bone skills. So now you can just get, we have a new resource mechanic for all the Necromancer specs that aren't bone. And then here, let me see, probably one of the big ones to call out, even though it's just a number buff, is Aspect of Torment. That Essence Regeneration was just woefully undertuned, so we increase it pretty significantly. hulking aspect. This one, I'm hoping gets to see more play. This used to be a resource legendary, which looking at it now, was a little weird because it doesn't actually give you resource. It's just cooldown reduction on the golem skill. So we're going to move that to a utility. So now you can put this like on your boots and other places that you didn't have to. And it doesn't have to take that prime ring slot to use this legendary. And then we're also updating the effect a little bit to be stronger. And then for uniques, kind of similar to what I said before, the Greaves of the Empty Tomb.
That's not good.
We're changing the bonus intelligence affix to be replaced with bonus move speed, which I know is particularly attractive for Necromancer players.
Yeah, mobility for Necromancers.
Yeah, well, Necromancers, they may want mobility a little bit.
Usually the slower individuals in the group, so...
Yeah, helping them out a little bit. Here, this is a monster change, but it impacts minions, really, so Necromancer and Druid. But these attacks now from the Balrog and some elite affixes are going to be dealing reduced damage to Necromancer minions and Druid.
Wow!
Into these things. And then now we got some of our generic updates. We only have a couple of them. The first one is to a Malignant Heart. This is the Caged Heart of Spellbreaking. And this one used to say that when you took elemental damage, you gained damage resistance to that element, right? It was thematic to reducing only that element. But we found that was really, really narrow. Again, trying to open things up so it's not so narrowly useful that you're not going to ever take it. So now it's just going to give you just generic damage reduction when you take elemental damage. And then our last one here for item updates is Temerity. So we got a lot of feedback on this one. It's funny because when we launched the game, we thought that this item was crazy, going to be really, really good. But then we realized due to the stats on it that it just wasn't hitting the attractiveness that we wanted. So even though this terrifies me, we're going to bump it up and see how it goes. But we're going to replace the all stats affix with bonus max life. The barrier is now also going to be scaling with your maximum life. And it'll probably be working with other barrier legendaries where, you need a barrier to do certain procs and things. This will now proc with that as well.
Nice.
So it's going to be a pretty big buff to this item. And hopefully we'll see it in your max life and increase of healing builds.
Yeah, so we have a ton of updates coming to the classes.
Yeah, a lot of stuff.
We literally just went through it. It's quite almost like an encyclopedia of stuff, that especially on the Barb and Sorcerer classes. But I will say that it's nice that we got some stuff in for the Rogue, Necromancer, and Druid players as well. Making sure that we kind of buffed up some of the more undertuned stuff that we had seen.
One more caveat to all of that. I should have said this at the beginning. It's not final yet.
Not final
This
yet.
is planned.
That's why you probably saw the little
the odds are very high we do 90% of it or most of it, maybe even all. But as we get into the weeds of things and we're updating things, some things may change. So this is our plan. It's very likely it'll be at least most of it, if not all of it. But it's not completely in the game yet, so
there might be some number tweaks, basically.
Yeah, we always add a small caveat just because things are still going through testing right now on our side.
Correct.
And we want to
going
make
through
sure
testing, all that stuff.
Yeah,
so.
we want to make sure we're not completely.
I'm very careful. I always caveat, not final until you see it in the game.
Adam's being very cautious about it.
I am very cautious.
It's not going to be. You're not going to experience something that's totally different from what you just saw.
That's right. That's also why we're not releasing patch notes today, and we're going to actually discuss when patch notes will be released later on the stream. So we'll reveal that.
And one thing I do want to note is because I'm seeing this a little bit in chat, and people are going hey, you guys are adjusting some tweaks with for instance Druid summons and their minions. Same thing with there's a lot of questions about hey, what's the overall plan on minion builds and so forth in the future? Is that something you guys are still going to want to work on, look at in the future?
I can talk about this for a very long time.
Rudolph, my guy,
yes.
you have a 50 cal. You don't need to stand in the middle
Druid
of
and
the
Necromancer are a little bit different, so I guess I'll talk Necromancer first. So Necromancer minions is absolutely a core fantasy of Necromancer players that minions are cool and awesome, and that you can raise the dead and have the dead fight for you. That is core. Minions, it turns out, in all games, not just ours, or summons or all that, are very complicated and hard to make work. They have a lot of moving parts that are different than every other class and build archetype in many games. They have AI. They have a passive and active component to them typically.
Hey,
There's a lot going on. So in this patch, we're not touching the Necromancer stuff a lot. It is on the team's radar of looking at the ways that they scale, looking at the ways that things proc with them, looking at just the combination of passive versus active activity that we want the player to do there. So there's definitely a lot going on there. We are thinking about it. There will be stuff coming, but no promises on when, but we are actively talking about it. Druid is a little bit different because from the ground up, the class fantasy is not only minions, right? It's a specific build and way to play. One of the things that we were concerned about when launching the game is we didn't want the druid to like have just as many or more companions than the necromancer, and they're stronger. It's like, where's the fantasy of the necromancer if the druid does it better, right? So that was something that we contended with a lot. I'm sure that we're going to flex on that over time. We did add support. We still love companions on druid, and we will absolutely be making it more of a thing, hence why we're buffing them a lot in this patch. But we are careful about the design space and the fantasy of the different classes, right? We don't want all the classes to be exactly the same, because then you don't feel different when you're
Don't need
playing.
to stand in the middle
You
of
don't
the
have new
hallway.
interesting
You gotta
mechanics
fix the cow.
between them. We talk about that a lot on the team. It's very easy to be like, hey, just this class doesn't have this and it's fun, give it to all the others, right? I think Necromancer and move speed is part of that, where we overcorrected a little bit, where like we didn't want them to have a teleport or dash, right, like a rogue. If Necromancers are dashing around everywhere, that's a weird fantasy, right? But not giving them enough movement speed options at all, I think, is something that we're coming back on.
Yeah.
So, but it's a push and pull, right? It's on a spectrum of how far do we go into another class's fantasy or an archetype that doesn't make sense fantasy-wise versus keeping true to the core and finding clever ways to fix it, or we can't fix it and we do need to bend a little bit. And it's always a conversation.
It's also interesting to see that the feedback, particularly on Druid companions, like we knew that they were really cool, but like the number of Druid players who are looking for more ways to kind of make more companion-focused builds is maybe a little bit higher than we expected.
Yes.
So this is one of those situations where, like, kind of in response to the fact that players are really hoping, like, Druid players are looking to go after this fantasy of, like, I am the master of the animal kingdom, and I'm going to have all these and nature, right? I'm going to have all these buddies with me. I think it's kind of like moving our hand a little bit. It's like, oh yeah, actually, there is something really cool here. There is fantasy here for us to really latch onto and more that we can do. But to Adam's point, it's still very important we make sure that the Necromancer feels distinct and the Druid feels distinct after these changes go in.
Correct. It's the eternal struggle for us on class design.
Sure. Yeah. We also have a lot of like quality of life items that we wanted to talk about that we actually kind of hit on last week when we were talking on the campfire chat that would be coming in 1.1.1, and I know we wanted to talk a little bit more about those here. I know we have some changes coming for like monster density, for instance.
Yeah, I want to talk about monster density. So we've said a few times now that we're going to increase monster density in Nightmare Dungeons and Helltides. These changes are in 1.1.1, like we said last week. And I think we have an image of an example of a Nightmare Dungeon. This is how it is today.
Yeah.
If you go into Nostravus Deepwood, of course, monsters are going to not be exactly like this, but this is an example of it. And then in 1.1.1, it's going to change, so you can see a lot more monsters here.
There it is.
And this is really going back to, we talked
Wait.
about our...
That's a lot more?
...game of, after you've achieved your build, being able to go in and, mow down...
Not much more.
Not much more, no, I agree, man.
That's sort of a core part.
They're like, oh yeah, it's a lot more.
We want to make sure that we're delivering,
Genie
especially in
Hole says,
endgame content. So
what do you
that's
think
how
of
to
the
look for
changes?
Nightmare Dungeons. On Helltide, we've been doing...
So far, I like it. I mean, we have yet to see, because I'm not sure how much of testing they've done, so we'll see. For Wizard, man, I think it's amazing. I think they're buffing a lot of the defense. I think they're listening, so we'll see. We'll see. But I'm surprised. So far, I'm surprised. But I'm curious to see what else they have to say about it. And I like the fact that they want to buff the Druid companions. Because, yeah, these were a bit underwhelming. The Druid resource generation for the Necromancer as well. I don't know nothing about the Rogue, so the little part they said about the Rogue, I don't know. Well, we'll see.
Genie Hole says, I am probably going to miss the second half. I need to go get my wife her food shortly.
No worries, Genie. I'll summarize it for you.
Be looking at the density there and seeing how close it comes to this mission statement, this goal, right? And if it's not hitting this goal, then we're going to keep working toward that goal. So we really want to make sure that it's capturing that fantasy of mowing down hordes of enemies.
Yeah, it's a great goal for us to line ourselves around too, right? So once we're able to capture more data from players on live, we can see how players with different like PC specs are able to interact with some of these spaces. It's going to continue to inform us and let us do more and more double down some of these decisions as we go.
And then I know we have some changes coming in regards to bosses and so forth as well.
That's right. So we did talk about this last week. We have gotten a lot of feedback before about the
je suis d'accord.
players, particularly like in World Tiers 3 and 4, fighting
Je suis d'accord.
bosses and world bosses.
Donne-moi 2 secondes, je vais checker de quoi. On voit plus le chose, c'est parfait. Je vais updater mes courriels. Non. Aucune réponse. Aucune réponse.
For this, in exchange, making some of these pieces just a little bit harder as players are going through them. We are also going to be making a change to the rewards that you get.
Yeah.
So now, like, after 1.1,
Je viens de réessayer, ouais.
Dungeon bosses starting at level 35 even. So this is before you can get into World Tiers 3, 4, and 4. And then it's the so once you've done that, once you kill those, you're going to have guaranteed legendary item drop in that space. And that's going to carry up as well.
Ouais, non, ils m'ont. C'était vraiment le.
When you complete a Legion
courriel.
Event, that's going to also give you a guaranteed legendary drop starting at level 35. You know, there's a chance before 35, but it's guaranteed at level 35. You're going to have one pop in. And then another Butcher has a 100% chance to drop a legendary as well, because he's a boss, of course. And then another really big one is we got, and this is funny. I did it. Please don't follow me on Twitter unless you really want to see a lot of nerdy stuff. But I did a Twitter poll a while ago where I basically just said you know, what do you think is the chance at which a treasure goblin will drop a legendary item? And I said it was like, you know, 10%, 25%, 40%, 50% with the 4 options. The majority of players or voters, I should say, right, all selected 10% was the chance, and everybody had their own, you know, their feelings on it as they were kind of going through it. But the reality is at level, and I said level 50 Treasure Goblin as part of this, but the reality is they have a 50% chance to drop legendary items today. And that's like going back to like level 35. They've got a very, very high chance to drop legendary items. But
So what you're saying is sometimes I kill a Treasure Goblin and it doesn't drop a legendary item.
That's correct. That's exactly right. So basically, if you flip a quarter every 25 minutes, you know, that's basically your chance to get a legendary item when you're fighting Treasure Goblins in the overworld. And it's very easy to have like tails 5 times in a row, and then
that's what happens to me every time.
And as humans, we are 7 times more likely to remember a negative thing than a positive thing. So this is nothing wrong with rather there's nothing wrong with the player's perception of Treasure Goblins not feeling rewarding. You don't see them that frequently relative to other content types, and when you don't get a legendary item from something called a Treasure Goblin, that can feel bad. So what we decided to do is we've gone back and said, starting right at level 15 for Treasure Goblins, 15. They have a guaranteed legendary item drop chance when you kill one from that point forward. So now when you see Treasure Goblins on the map, you start hearing them like snortling around in the corners of your screen. You know you need to go fight that thing. You need to take it out. You need to get a legendary item from it. That happens very, very early. So we think that's going to be like a really fun like update to kind of help get these things across. 50% isn't useful in this case. 100%, absolutely. We want you to feel like you're getting that power.
50% no more coin flip. No more coin flip.
Yeah, actually probably more than 50% more fun.
I will note, Joe missed a wonderful opportunity to drag in Gabi, the goblin.
The Treasure Goblin
into the frame.
Should I try
we have a plush Treasure Goblin just off screen.
We have a very large plush.
Here's this giant Treasure Goblin that absolutely doesn't fit on camera.
Look how happy he is.
And now he's off camera
now. Staring at Joe as he's literally talking about.
We have a lot of other stuff to discuss.
Staring at Joe as he's literally talking about killing him. So yeah.
They're happy to be of help.
It is a plush. It is a plush creature, so yeah.
I know, and so we talked more about, or you actually, when we were on the stream last week. Sorry, about 2 weeks in a row, you guys. We talked about respecs and so forth. So I know that is also coming in.
Yeah,
in 1.1.1.
we just want to confirm that the stuff we said last week, we're going to reduce respec cost by 40%. Players are going to get an extra stash tab. and elixir stat count is going to go up to 99.
Yeah, and the stash app is just purchasable by
That's
gold.
right.
So
Yeah.
that's just to make sure that people
That's
don't think
right.
we're just
Yeah.
selling it.
Tab 1's 100K, Tab 2's 200K, Tab 3's 300K, Tab 4's going to be 400K.
Yep.
So you can buy that for your seasonal stash and for your eternal stash.
Yes, exactly. And then one other thing that we did want to talk about, because this was a question that came up last week in regards to like the leaving dungeon options and like teleporting out of dungeons and so forth. And I know you wanted to talk more about that here today.
I don't know. I think I explained it pretty well last time.
So clear.
There's a loop there. I don't know why anyone's confused. This is very clear. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to change it back to 3 seconds.
Yes.
Basically, the reason that we increased this is we have, in Diablo 4, we have a mechanic where when you're casting some kind of spell or power, and you get hit by some damage, you don't get interrupted immediately. You have to take about 5% of your health and damage before it gets interrupted. And this makes things like town portaling back to town, leave dungeon, etc., feel a lot better.
Saving a prisoner.
Saving a prisoner, absolutely, yeah.
Every time.
So if you're taking like really incidental damage, it's not going to get interrupted. But we were worried about a case where you're in the middle of a high-intensity combat fight or in the middle of a boss fight, and we felt like it was a little bit too easy to get out of that in terms, and that's actually what it's referring to with the loop, which again, I felt like I nailed it, but I guess you know, and so. You know, there are other ways that we could have solved that, right? We could have said like, oh, well, you get pushed back on your cast, or like, oh, well, it's only increased to 5 seconds if you're in a boss fight or something like that. But ultimately, you know, what players really accurately pointed out is, look, this slows down the core loop of the game in a way that's not fun.
Yeah.
So we're just changing it back to 3 seconds.
Yeah. So it was at 3 seconds, went to 5 seconds, going back to 3 seconds because. You know, obviously, good player feedback from everyone. So
I've got one more bonus thing to talk about too. So we've been getting a lot of feedback, obviously, on the end game experience tiers 3 and 4, and you know, Nightmare Dungeons are a really big part of that. Last week we talked about how we were going to be ensuring that the Nightmare Dungeon difficulty was scaled more appropriately. Yeah.
Right.
So now, like, you know, the tier 70 difficulty was the old version. Rather, the old version of tier 70 is now the tier 100 after the changes that we made, to more accurately reflect the balance we have in Diablo 4 versus the kind of insane overtuned stuff we had prior for the tier 70 plus content. One other thing that we obviously are thinking about, like, you know, the scaling difficulty is one part of this, you know, but we also get plenty of feedback on some of the Nightmare Dungeon affixes themselves. And we know that some of these are sort of ones you're going to want to basically throw in the trash right away. So you're going to want to salvage these and get Citadel
Suppressor
when some of these things kind of pop up. So a couple of the ones that we're actually going to be, for now, we're removing a few of these.
Really?
Working them or
Really?
with them. But we're going to be taking these out in 1.1.1. They're not going to appear anymore. That is, so the first is Resource Drain. It's not going to be showing up in Citadels anymore. Cold Enchanted is not going to be showing up in Nightmare Citadels anymore.
Really?
For a bit. And then Backstabber is being removed as well as part of 1.1.1. Now, this is not by any means an exhaustive list of the things we'd want to like adjust on the affix side. You know, there's lots more that we want to do to kind of improve this experience. This is just sort of like while we're in here beginning to look at these things, we know that these are problematic. We have adjustments we want to make anyway. We want to go ahead and pull these out and just make the experience better today for players.
Yep. Cool. Awesome to hear. I know that a lot of players have been giving feedback about specific Nightmare Dungeon affixes and everything. So it's great that we've been able to jump on a few of the ones that we know are problematic with the community and kind of pull them out and reevaluate and see what we can end up doing with those. So we did, obviously we talked about the date for the patch notes beforehand.
I don't know what you mean.
But we do want to specify like that we are going to be releasing patch notes, full patch notes next week. It's actually going to be on August 2nd next week on Wednesday. We'll be releasing full patch notes. And then 1.1.1 is going to be coming out on August 12th, which is Tuesday. So players will... Did I get those dates right? Yes. I'm doing this by memory. I'm doing it by memory.
No idea.
So. I've seen so many calendars.
So in 2 weeks.
Oh, sorry. It is. No, I lied. It is August 8th.
Yeah.
See, this This is dates. Just
Everything's
flying
a
through
blur
my
right
head.
now.
August 8th.
Sorry, August 2nd is when the patch notes will be coming out in full, and then August 8th is when the patch will actually hit. Sorry, I apologize. I've had a lot of dates in my head over the past couple of weeks.
Sorry,
so,
we buffed the date.
Yeah, buffed the
Buffed
date.
the dates.
That's
Just
also
like
part of the
change
patch
your
notes. So players will be able to see everything next Wednesday. We'll be posting those, so make sure to stay tuned. Of course, on the Diablo social media, etc. We'll end up updating the patch notes there, so players can see it. Just remember, the patch is not that day. We're just posting the notes early so that players can actually see them. This goes back to exactly how we were talking about that we want to better communicate these notes here, similar to how we're doing this here on this Campfire chat. And then, of course, August 8th is when the patch will end up going live for all players so that they can actually experience it and jump through with all the changes that we are kind of detailing out here, and they'll be seeing in the final patch notes on Wednesday next week. We do want to jump into Q&A because we just went through a whole bunch of stuff right here. I know one question that, as we start to populate questions, feel free to ask them in chat on Twitch, by the way, because we have chat enabled there. But I know one question, and something that we talked about last week as we're waiting for questions to kind of come in, was about XP in later game, or for late game players and stuff like that. Do we have any update and in regards to that specific topic?
Yeah, I can talk about that. So we did talk about this last week, and what we said then was that, you know, we are not looking to make the game feel slower across the board. We're not looking to like slow down the player's like XP gain rate in response to like feedback about some of the other changes that we had made. You know, the goal was really, we want to make sure the players are having a good time progressing through World Tiers 3 and 4, not feeling like they're hitting a point where it's really, really difficult to make progress. So in response to some of these thoughts, we had gone through and we had raised the amount of experience that you gain from like before the 1.1 patch went out. We raised the amount of experience gain you get from Nightmare Dungeon completion, from Helltide Cache opening, from Whisper completion. Like, we went and did a good buff on those activities to make them feel juicier as part of that. And now we're going through and we're updating density inside the Nightmare Dungeons and in Helltide areas as well. So all this to say, we are committed to increasing the speed at which the players be progressing through these later world tiers. We're not happy with the speed at which players are getting through some of this content and the kinds of behavior incentivizing as a result of that, right? We want to make sure that players feel that they can play the way that they want and they can progress at a decent pace. But now that we've made a number of these changes, we do want to see what the impact's going to be on the overall XP gain rate across the board for players, and just seeing how different kinds of players are progressing, so that when we go through and we make changes, which we will be making soon, I think probably likely for Season 2, when we go through and we make these changes, that's going to be informed by what we see players going through and what their experience is like now. So it's really just a question of like, how much are we going to make adjustments, like what's going to feel right, and that's going to be based on like what we see from players.
We have two people actually asking pretty similar questions, but one was specifically calling out Adam Jackson and his thoughts on this, but they both are very similar questions. One is from Febzilla, the other one's from Karnaga.
I'm so sorry. Can I just jump in really quick? Can I ask chat a question? Do you, yes or no, do you want Adam to read the names of people that he is getting the questions from the chat?
I think we should.
Adam.
Yes.
Okay, he's saying he should. Okay.
I think we should, just because I don't want to go into that whole situation where that other outlet made up names and we don't do that. So, but Karnaga and Febzilla, they both ask about. People are all like, no.
I knew it.
Honestly, it would make my job so much easier.
I know.
I wish I
Please
could.
finish your question.
Well, we're going to read these at least.
The question is about crowd control. Obviously, it is a huge and popular topic amongst the community. What are our thoughts about crowd control? What are we planning on doing about that here in the future?
I bet we all have thoughts on that, actually.
We do, yeah.
Yes.
Let me just say first that we think that as you get into situations where there are lots of monsters on screen and high-end areas where the amount of damage that you're seeing going in and out is really high, so you're having to react really quickly. Situations where you're being hard CC'd, or like stun or freeze or something like that, can be much more impactful than they are when the intensity and the pace of combat is lower. And so we want to make changes to CC to make that experience more fun.
So what?
We want to do that. It's not in 1.1.1. But those are changes that we're looking at right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's larger CC stuff that we're discussing internally that we want to kind of pair with a few of the big changes we have planned in the future.
In fact, we're working on stuff like that for that right now.
Yeah.
There is a question here regarding. It's my favorite question because I always get this. It's from Cookie Drops. So, are you guys planning on addressing the issues related to like the imperfectly balanced on Necromancer, the decrep aura on Necromancer, and those are addressed in 1.1.1.
Yeah, we fixed it.
Those are. We just didn't list all the bug fixes and stuff
There's
like that.
There's a whole lot of bug fixes.
Yeah. So you guys will see those with the final notes and everything, but those are addressed in this specific update, and it's something that I know a lot of people have been asking, going like, well, I can only add 1 point, yet it says I can add 3, and so forth. So most definitely being addressed in that. We've actually just been getting a general decent amount of questions related to resistances and what the intent is going to be with resistances here in the future. There's a ton of questions, so lots of names. But I guess like what's the vision on resistances here in the future?
I talked about it a little bit. The vision is kind of, I think, what the standard vision of most games is, which is everything is impactful and meaningful and feels good, and you invest and get rewarded for those things at all times. But reality is a little bit harder than that. But that is kind of the North Star and what we're trying to do. The idea is that when you invest in elemental resistances, you will notice the difference in the damage that you take. We don't want just armor or damage reduction or any like keen stat that is just way better than everything else. That's the only thing you care about. It is tough to find a perfect balance there of how impactful some things should be versus others, and then can you negate certain kinds of combat when you max things out or only focus on only one thing. And there's a lot of gray area there that we're talking about, but our goal is that, and when we go and really take a deep dive at it, is one, we don't want you to just stack armor and that's better than everything else. We don't want you to stack just like general damage resistance and that's just better than everything else. We want elemental resistances to be meaningful, but we also don't want to get to a place where you fight a fire boss and you stack all fire resistances and it actually can't hurt you. Right? There's always a push and pull in this one.
The inverse of that is actually also really dangerous, which is that you're wandering through the game. You don't always know the kinds of creatures or affix. Obviously, you don't know the kinds of affixes you're going to be dealing with. You've got 0% poison resistance, and you get basically one tick from a level 60 poison creature kills you.
Sure.
Right. It's like there's a balancing act. The team is as we move forward, everything that Adam just said is 100% accurate. We want to make sure that the choices between like armor for mitigation, for damage resistance based on passives, legendary powers, glyphs and paragon nodes, those things are impactful, and that resistance plays a really, really important role. The big difference here is that resistance is a thing that you are going to stack and earn separately, and that they are usually tied to affixes or inherent affixes on rings and jewelry. So it means that some players will be able to go and encounter situations where they are not going to have a predictable amount of resistance when they go into an encounter, which means that we just need to think about what that is going to feel like for that player. And imagine a world where they are able to still complete the content, but it's much more effective to have the appropriate amount of resistance. We need to make that feel impactful. Yes. So there's going to be situations where we are going to ensure that if you are getting into a predictable fight against a creature that you know is dealing a certain kind of damage, and you don't have resistance in mind when you go into that fight, you're going to be penalized for that. That's going to be a really, really difficult situation for you. But we are, trying to balance this against the general flow of Diablo 4 as it stands today, as opposed to trying to like remake it into an entirely different experience.
Right. And to sort of get to I think the point of the question, the question there, which I think is, do you guys realize that resistances don't feel like they're hitting that goal right now?
That's right. Yep.
We do realize. We're gonna make changes to
Yes. All right. Sounds good. There is a lot of questions about mounts and how, we've gotten a lot of feedback about mounts. We've seen Carbot videos. Our friend Carbot Animation had made an episode about mounts. Very funny if you haven't seen it. Highly recommend checking it out. But are there any discussions? Are you guys aware? Like, what are you guys planning on doing in relation to mounts?
Yeah, there are a few changes here. So we want to make mounts feel better, sort of broadly speaking, and a couple of those things are making sure that the boost feels really good, especially with controller, where it's underperforming, and the boost actually, the boost mechanic on the mounts, it actually stacks. There's a bug right now with that on controller where it's not stacking properly. We're going to fix that, there's a few other. There's a key part of this is that the mount gets stuck on things, and that's
Barricade.
One of the things that
Yeah.
barricade, for example. You know, in theory, the idea that you're riding through an area and some bandits or some skeletons have set up a barricade for you, and you have to sort of like dismount and fight all those skeletons. Like that sounds like a fun idea. It doesn't exactly play out that way. You're just sort of annoyed, and you're like, well, can I like kind of ride around the top of the barricade? And then it's a fight about whether the collision actually touches. Anyway, we're gonna fix that. So there are some good changes to mounts coming soon in the future.
Awesome. And I know that I've been seeing this a lot as well in chat, and this is something I can answer. Is I'm seeing a lot of people talk about VRAM, like on PC and so forth, and like how that obviously grows over time with certain players, not all players, but certain players with certain spec machines, and they eventually either have to force close or the game actually just ends up closing itself, and then they have to come back into the game. I know with patch 1.10, there was a update related to a memory leak that we ended up addressing, but then in 1.11, and I know that QA and so forth, our QA team has been working really closely with their graphics engineering team and testing out a fix that's going to be coming in there that should be helping out a lot of those players and making sure that VRAM stays stable throughout their gameplay and so forth. So that will also be in 1.11. It's a popular question. I know a lot of people have been hitting me up on that one specifically. There was a question earlier about overpower and the intent behind it, what like future plans and so forth.
Sure,
Kind of similar to the resistance questions. I think there's a lot of questions related to a lot of these things that we do plan on actually addressing.
Totally, they're fundamentally like how the game works, so I understand. So the intent of overpower way back in the day was we really wanted to create a stat that was different than crit and felt meaningfully different that players could chase that had kind of a unique mechanic attached to it. Where overpower sits now is that I really like the idea of it. I think is really cool, which is it rewards you for building a really tanky character, and you get a big hit of damage. That's really, really awesome. It also scales off of your max health and then the current health percent that you have at the time, and then also scales with Fortify. So normally these stats aren't things that you want to scale to kill things, right? So we're trying to add another avenue, a vector to do that. And then the other thing that's unique about overpower and how we didn't want to just turn into critical strike chance and damage like a lot of mechanics can be, is that you have a baseline low percent to do it, right? It's 3% across everything, and you can never increase that baseline percent ever, and that is a design choice and a goal. And then the idea is that you can, however, get guaranteed overpowers by doing certain mechanics. So the Druid has some, the Necromancer has some where it's like, hey, you do this thing, and the next one is guaranteed. So you can still play around it, but unlike crit, where you're chasing the random chance to get higher and higher and higher to get those procs, overpower just naturally happens kind of rarely, and then the builds that can use it get it guaranteed. And then that you have different vectors and avenues to scale it. The problem right now with overpower really is not necessarily an overpower problem, but it's really the crit vulnerable problem of these other things that scale multiplicatively just overshadow overpower in the same way that even dot damage is very much a lot of times overshadowed too. And so when we're looking at our revamp, the dream and the goal and the utopia we're moving towards is all of these vectors, and not even just overpower, but there's some other ones I know I'm thinking of that I can't, like,
so
those, legendary affix.
So he's gonna tune down. Okay, look. I know where this is going. Maybe I'm wrong. He's gonna tune down everything. He's gonna tune down crit vulnerable in order to make everything else look stronger. Look at that. So we're gonna tune down.
There yet, obviously, but that's.
He's not gonna tune up the shit.
Overpower is another stat that you can actually chase meaningfully via lots of other stats too that it combines with to make a build, and that's kind of the point.
Awesome. And then this is a question that I know everyone talks about. I don't know if this group up here.
So it means the answer is that's bullshit. Now you can chase it.
Their look of gameplay and so forth. I know there's like performance implications to that because it increases the draw distance and so forth, and we have a ton of different platforms, so it has to be evaluated in any type of way if we were to make that type of change. Because even when it does zoom out on bosses and so forth, there's like some resolution or scaling and so forth that kind of occurs there. That's Please don't kill me, engineers, if I'm saying that wrong. But maybe that's another topic we can bring up during like another campfire chat with engineers, possibly to maybe clarify a little bit on that or so. Or we can just follow up separately after the campfire chat. But I know that's a question that a lot of people have been asking. And then there's questions regarding are there any additional options for customization down the road that you guys are looking at, like pets or wings, etc. I know.
Wait, there's a question about the shop, so we're gonna pick that question.
We're very focused on.
Okay, I got it.
Obviously, creating additional more content for players to play through at the moment, more so than some of the cosmetic pieces and so forth. But it is something.
So my question to you, Blizzard, is how can I give you more money? Huh? Because you already take my money. How can I give you more money?
Helping barbarians and some of these other buffs to classes.
And I think there's, we'll do this one last question here before we end the stream. But one thing that people have been asking about is like all the changes that they're seeing today. Is this like encapsulating everything that we're doing? We had a question in here regarding like, for instance, someone enjoyed playing a frozen orb sorcerer in like Diablo 2, for instance, and wanting to have that same type of fantasy in Diablo 4. Do you guys plan on doing additional adjustments in the future regarding other builds or other, like creating variability across that?
Sure, no, absolutely. This patch, I talked a little bit about like we have our short-term goals and long-term things we're thinking about. Forevermore long-term, really, infinitely long-term, is the idea that, every fantasy that we sell you, and I could talk a lot about, I talk to the team about this all the time. Like,
and by sell, we
all right, yeah, sell is probably the bad word, but I think that way, like...
We're advertising it. Like, if you see it on legendary aspects,
that's really what I mean.
If you see it on passives, you see it on skill tags, like, we're saying, like, hey, look, this is a cool thing for you to go after.
When we show you something that is cool and awesome, we deliver on it, right? Like, when you log into Necromancer, you see right away, just when you see your basic skills, you're like, hey, there's a bone thing, a shadow thing, and a blood thing, right? And then there's army stuff. All of those things should be delivered on and be awesome. And then as you go through the game, when you get legendaries and uniques, you should unlock, one, double down and make those things really cool, and two, unlock more things that are awesome. And what our goal always is that all of these things are awesome and cool. When we find something that isn't hitting the mark, we either buff it or redesign it in such a way that it's hitting the mark and it's attractive and ideally really fun and exciting for players to chase. Like, that's always what we're going to be trying to do. So yeah, this isn't exhausted forever. We are always going to be adapting and updating things, and if something just really isn't working, even if it's like something that I made, I have no hubris about like, hey, that thing, it was awful. Make it something good, right? Like, at the end of the day, the players are the ultimate judge, jury, and executioner for us of like, did it work? Is it good? Is it fun? Yes or no? If not, then we have to be malleable enough to change that.
Right, and we could be looking at data too. We could be seeing like how many players are picking what kinds of passes, what kind of aspects they're wearing, what kind of uniques are they using, like, and we can say, so like we know when like if no one's equipping a particular aspect, like we can see that, but like, okay, well that's clearly something we're gonna need to want to rework or update or buff or do something with, right? Like this, to Adam's point, it is a never-ending process. We keep talking about how we're all here trying to make Diablo 4 the very best game that it can be. And the reality is this is through iterations, the conversation with the community, and also looking at this kind of data.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, we have a ton of changes here coming up for 1.1.1 that you guys got to see here, especially for class changes. Thanks, Adam, for kind of walking us through everything.
Yeah.
And we do have final patch notes coming next Wednesday. That is August 2nd. So just a reminder on that. Revealed full, where people can read through them and provide full feedback and so forth. And then, of course, that's my tick. Someone called out my tick earlier, and so forth. Stop it, Adam. That's my tick. I will stop that one day. I probably won't. But we actually do have our patch for 1.1.1. The date will be on August 8th as well. So players can expect patch notes next Wednesday, and then of course 1.1.1 hitting on August 8th, which is Tuesday. So looking forward to seeing everyone's feedback, everyone jumping in, and checking out, of course, the new changes coming to pretty much every class now in regards to balance changes and so forth. I did it again.
And so forth.
Now you're in your own head.
Now I'm just stuck in this like my own empty room saying it over and over. But anyway,
and get us feedback on how this went, like and how you like this format for talking about patch notes.
Exactly. Yeah, we want to see if this works out really well with the community. So yeah, please provide feedback. Us going through the notes and then of course releasing the notes afterwards it's a huge help for us and how to communicate with you guys out in the community. So thank you guys again. We hope you enjoyed this Campfire Chat ++, new game ++.
Sure.
And we will see you on our next stream, which we haven't announced one. We're thinking about doing some Campfire Chats with like maybe other teams here, whether it's our art, animation teams, audio teams, and so forth, just so you guys can see kind of a deeper look into some of the development within our seasons and Diablo 4 from other people. So we do.
That's a very good idea if they follow through on it.
Streams, to talk more 42. About gameplay and design and so forth.
Yolas says. Ding ding.
Yeah, grats.
Yolas says.
Thanks.
LOL.
I hope you guys have a great weekend. Thank you again from the Diablo 4 team here at Blizzard. And yeah, have a great Friday.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. Thank you for watching. Great. Well, that was interesting, I will say. Still no answer from Blizzard. So, Blizzard. Not happy. I'm not happy with you, Blizzard, but I'm about to kill the queen. And that's gonna be perfect. Concentrated fire. So I need her to land over here. That was too much. That was too much. Un, deux, trois, quatre, cinq, six, sept. What? Man, I do so much damage. Oh no! I do so much damage. Come on. Waiting for her to drop down. Oh, wow. Okay, that was bad. Bad, 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 bad. Man, I'm so pissed off at Blizzard. No fucking answer. Still no answer. I just want to fucking play fucking Diablo. Holy fucking schnitzer. Wow. Should destroy your camp. Very disappointing. Top of the world. Let's change server. This one is fully new. We gotta find another one. should go on another server. Let's go. Let's see what event is gonna pop off. Is if the event is shit, I'm just gonna log off. I'll wait for I'll wait a few hours and come back after dinner. Safe and sound.
Yolas says. Okay.
Because I need to. Fuck. I want to play Diablo. I like Fallout, but playing for 5 hours on Diablo.
You might want to be careful here. Critters are swarming the place. The critters swarmed the pit stop so suddenly. Thanks for agreeing to help clear them out. The repeller thingamajig sent over was supposed to keep them away, but broke and had the opposite effect.
Is there any weapon workbench here? There is the Tinker.
Genie Hole says. So did I miss anything important?
Really, no, man. No. You didn't miss anything. They gonna buff the sorcerer and the barb. They said pretty much the same thing as last week. Oh, we want to increase. We want every skill to feel impactful. We know what legendaries aspect are good and are not good. We're gonna work on
Genie
them.
Hole says.
Nothing really
I left
special.
when they said they are going to release the patch on the 12th.
Yeah, you got the gist of it, man. Oh, they also mentioned something about buffing the legendary dungeon, the nightmare dungeons even further. With more experience, so the enemies will give more experience, and there will be more enemies. So overall, yeah, that's the kind of buff they're doing. They're gonna buff a few uniques as well. We'll, which one exactly? I don't remember. But yeah, the main focus was sorcerer. And what's it called? The barbarian, their bleed will get increased by a lot. Like a lot. So we'll see the end result, but the bleed barbarian is going up.
What the heck? The juice must have been turned up too high.
So at the end of the day, the patch is dropping up. Not on the 12th, it's on the 8th. August 8th. Right? Yeah, August 8th. Which is not next Thursday, but the other one in 2 weeks. So the patch will be going on going out in 2 weeks. So it was not well. The cool thing to say, I thought the campfire was just because now they're on their fire, so they're doing the campfire. They said they want to include more campfires with like graphic designers or other people who are working in the game to announce what's gonna come up in the next seasons, and I think it's a good idea to be forward with people with the game they're playing. And it's a good way for them to increase sales for sure. Holy shit. All right. Let's see the rewards. Traveler's wagon. Yeah, that's crap. It's all crap. All right. So I'm gonna take off since I still have no answer from fucking Blizzard. Uh, so I guess well, that's not good for me. But I'll try to do stuff on my own to see if I can not fix the issue. Um, I'll also take
Yolas
off.
says, "See you and good luck."
Badass. See you too. Good luck as well. Stay pretty. All right. See you. I'll try to be online tonight as well, Janice, and Yalas, so we can get carried by Camian. All right. Take care, everybody. See you soon.